Recording in progress. What? Ooh. Uh,
I forgot about this.
yeah, I know. I opened it up. I was like, oh yeah.
Chaplain, get your animals off of us.
Help. I can't breathe. Okay. So, um, in the wake of the death of Captain Varsh Voidlight succumbing to the power of the Beholder and his death ray, a new champion arose. His dragon Etherith seemed to have consumed some great power from Varsh Voidlight and emerged into this dragonborn sorcerer of sorts, gaining a new staff, consciousness, intelligence, and many of the other sentient tools that would be required of him to champion the cause of Hecate. Joining the party, this new, very wishy dragonborn, helped you all ascend the tower and begin to sort of like take the loot for yourselves, and a great deal of loot there was. You guys have all locked those in the hold of the enemy ship because your ship was a little banged up. A lock has been put on that cargo hold by both Captain Tarnak and yourselves, so that neither can access the loot without the supervision of the other party, so nobody has to feel terribly distrustful of the other. And you guys all settled into your new ship, which you have dubbed the Dawn's Eclipse, and decided that Captain Ed George should take command of the ship. Ironically, the two people who were like, I don't want a captain, I don't want to be in charge, I don't want anything to do with this, you guys were like, you guys are perfect. Jordan Axebeard said that he wanted to get off the next port, but you guys were like, how about you be our quartermaster instead? And thanks to some lucky rolls, he was like, all right, I'll be your goddamn first mate quartermaster, whatever. And Captain Ed George became the captain of the ship, as his goals seem to be the most passionately aligned with what you want to do with yourselves, which is to track down this mind flare prophet and stop this big weapon nonsense that's going on. You all came together, have a moment to talk, celebrate your new ship, mourn the loss of Varsh Voidlight, and also get trampled by a number of vicious animals. And that is where we pick up today. So we will say at this point, you guys have received a long rest. You've all gone down to sleep after the commotion. You've all got a long rest. Captain Ed George, you filed your way into your new captain's quarters, which are nicer quarters than you've ever had aboard a ship before. Let me see if I can find them. No, I think you have a room on the lower deck down here that's a little fancier. Yeah, this guy over here where it's got I don't know why there's a string going right through your strip, right through your place, but whatever. It's still got a hammock, but you got like a nice armoire, a little writing desk. It's a nice place for you to be. And all of you managed to take some rest. And you'll arise the next day. So, at this point, you guys are 1 day away from Hakatha, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, 13 days away from the Rock of Bral. I believe there was some interest in just sort of like expediting the journey and just sort of getting there. Yes, Basan.
All about expediting the journey, but would you go over the ship, like where are rooms, and then there's like it's supposed to hold a bunch, like where is everything on? Could you orient us on the ship in the 16 days travel time?
Of course, no problem there. No problem there. Yeah, so I'll go top to bottom, reorient you guys aboard the ship. I can send you the Shrike ship link again if anyone wants access to the stat block and its schematics. So I'll put that in there again. So you got your top deck, which is 3 mounted ballistas. And then sort of going into those. Yes, going into those sort of main deck cabins, you have at the very front of your ship, you have the bridge, which is sort of like a little meeting area. The Spelljammer helm is stationed there, very nice. Towards the back of the ship, you have a larger crew quarters and an armory slash storage. You guys can do with that whatever you want. There's a little bit of a store of weapons in there already, which you could just sort of sell off for maybe 100 gold, something like that. You'll see Jordan Axebeard walking around the ship, sort of taking inventory of all the supplies left behind and just sort of getting those prepared for whenever you meet Doc. So that is one of the crew quarter cabins, one of the more spacious ones, in fact. Moving down to the moving down from the upper decks to the main decks. So, oh, come on now. There we go. Starting at the back of the ship, you will have cargo hold. It is worth noting, it's not really expressed. I'm going to work on getting that expressed for you guys, but there is cargo doors at the very back here. I'm going to need to find a way to represent that, but for the time being, don't worry about that.
I have a vehicle. So
What was that?
there's space for a land vehicle in there somewhere.
Yeah, hey, it's your ship. You can do whatever you want with it. Maybe it becomes a little, who knows, a little personal vehicle landing pad back there. Totally possible. Totally possible. Moving. Oh, yep.
Is that the space that we've got locked with
No, this little door right here is locked, which leads below deck, where there's a sort of reverse gravity because that sits on the gravity plane, and that is like even larger storage. So below, yeah. So there's like a
That's
cargo
what's
hold
locked.
down here.
Cool.
Yeah, down here, the actual belly of the ship. Okay, what else we got? On the actual sheet, this empty room to the back right here is supposed to be steerage, which is essentially for, like if you have travelers going with you, you put them in there. It could be like a nicer cabin. Is currently undecorated, so you guys can decide what you want to do with that. That could become another crew quarter. You could put some fancy stuff in there and take a VIP on that in that quarter deck, whatever. It's up to you what you want to do with it. Basically, it's an empty room right now, but it was meant for steerage. You've got two more crew quarters right next to it, here and there. You've got the galley right here, which is, for cooking. The captain's quarters, which is right there. And last but not least, this is a companionway where people could sit around, have a meal, drink, talk, and just kind of general common area hangout. And that is the formation of the Shrike ship. That is what the internal layout is like. As far as its landing capabilities, it can absolutely safely land on the ground. It can also float, but not on rough seas. It will capsize and go under pretty quickly on rough seas. Not meant for rough travel. And that's kind of the ship. And it's also, of course, worth noting that you have a giant piercing ram, as you heard it work against your own previous ship. So that's your Shrike ship for you. It needs a crew of 11 individuals to be running it optimally. One for spell jamming and the rest for the ballistas. Cool. All right. You guys will begin to make your way back. Let's see. You guys have a now 13-day journey back. So I'm going to roll. I'm going to kind of do them all at once, and I'm going to see what kind of random encounters pop up for you guys, just in case anything interesting happens.
Oh my goodness.
3 a day. So let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you guys have a pretty nonchalant voyage back. You only encounter a couple of things here and there along the way, which is pretty good for 13 additional days to your journey. Just in case for fun effect. Maybe I'll do this. Maybe I'll do it this way from now on, where I just we don't do it day by day. I just roll all the dice all at once, and then you guys can deal with those as you go. You asshole. do all of them at once. Why would I want to roll those without those? Okay, let's see what we got here. As you are traveling, you will see the followers. You guys will have another jammer leech problem, which you know how to deal with by now. You send some people on the outside of the ship to kind of scrape them off, and then some repairs are done by your good bosun. What else? You guys see some scavers out there, which are essentially those sort of space sharks, but they don't bother you because you guys are moving at cruise speed. You kind of fly right past them, no issue there. You guys encounter a ship. Let's see what kind of ship. You guys find, ooh, this is fun. You find an abandoned, broken down wasp ship. And I'm going to send you guys a picture of what that looks like. And because I feel like this one's a little bit more interesting, so I want to get your take on what you want to do about it. You guys get kind of pulled out of wild space and you encounter this wasp ship. I believe you guys were thinking about purchasing this ship at one point, but never ended up actually doing it. But I'll put it back in the messenger so you can look at what it looks like. So check a look in the Facebook chat. You find one of these guys floating adrift.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's not. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good. It's not completely broken down. It needs a little repair, but it is currently abandoned, and the Spelljammer helm is gone. If you guys wish to like loot, oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Slice.
No, I was just gonna say, Captain, I'll go and have a quick shifty look around if that's okay.
Yeah, take Etheriff with you and a epoxy. I see if there's anything of value. Which by the way, how many days have gone by? You've kind of fallen into one another for me. How many days you feel has gone by, Zalace?
Oh, I would say maybe about 6, 7, maybe 3.
Yeah.
Okay, 3.
I don't want to get greedy here, but maybe if we had shorter days, I'd consider hauling the thing with us. But yeah, go check it out. We'll be close by. I'll get. Well, you want to take Chaplain with you too? You guys can stretch your legs for a little bit.
Okay.
But yeah,
Aye, sir.
where's that there?
Right.
Are you here with us?
I'm here, Captain.
All right. Make sure. So I'm not sending Jordan, but make sure everything's squared away. Yeah, good luck to you guys. Hopefully it's nothing but routine.
This is my representative of the wasp ship, because it's wasp. Anyway, you guys board the ship and take a look around. By the way, my size modifier is working, as you can see.
Yeah.
Very happy about that. Yeah, it took a little bit of work, but I managed to get the modding community on top of it. Anyway, you guys board the ship. You go around each corner, blade drawn, carefully, stealthily. No sign of any crew. It is abandoned. You're not entirely sure why. They seem to maybe some investigation checks to see if you can figure out what happened there.
All right. Whoa! My moon-bathed dice are doing well.
Cool.
Investigation. Yeah. 19.
Well, 12.
Okay, 19, 12.
Yeah, I'm 14.
11, 12, 14. In a moment of brilliance from Apoxy.
Scanning.
Yeah, certainly the most of your sensors sort of come online. There does look to be some sign of struggle here and there. You're not sure exactly what happened, but there was some kind of, you expect some kind of ambush. Nothing like immediately violent. You get the sense that whoever this crew was, they were like hit in an ambush hard and fast. There's lots of goods still on the ship, but the Spelljammer helm is gone. So you expect that this could have. You don't expect this was Githyanki. They're a little more violent. But some pirate crew probably came and, or it could have been
Like
like the
a
Elven Armada. You don't know, but
like
the
a
crew was.
pirate rivalry.
You're not sure. All you know is that someone came on board, probably ambushed them while they weren't expecting it, took them and the Spelljammer helm, probably for money. You don't
Uh,
know. All you know is that the crew is gone and probably taken alive somewhere, but you have no idea how you'd possibly find them.
looks like most of the valuables in here have been taken.
Well, and that's the thing. The Spelljammer helm is gone, but the rest of its cargo still remains.
Oh,
Yeah.
go check the cargo.
Check for traps.
Check for traps. Sure. Yeah, maybe another investigation check. Make sure nothing's trapped around here.
So that's a 21.
21. No traps. The ship seems to be untrapped. Nobody seemed to have bothered to have set up traps. You have a sense their security might have been the crew, which is no longer here.
Okay.
But yeah, you head down there. Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
You mean now check the cargo? There is no traps.
You head down and look through the cargo, and it's a bit of like a raw material storage. You get the sense it's sort of like a minor merchant vessel, probably a crew getting started out in wild space, and they're carrying they're carrying like basically ship supplies. You expect like they're just like small imports exports. There's probably about 200 gold worth of value down here.
I think Ed would love this. I pick up a box.
So we will say that over the next little while, you guys sort of scavenge through the ship and you transport all the goods of value to yours. And we will add that 200 gold value to your cargo that you could probably sell at a port. It's raw materials, though.
What kind of shape is the ship itself, and how damaged is it?
It's a little damaged, but not beyond repair. If you wanted to like swap over and take this ship instead, you certainly could. It just needs a Spelljammer helm and maybe a little repair. I'd say it's like down 50 hit points. It's still in pretty good repair.
Well, I was thinking we have another Spelljammer helm. If we wanted to install it on this ship, we could fly both ships back to port.
That's true.
Oh,
Yeah, Chaplain, damn. Let's go.
Like the one we put them down.
I mean, we have a few extra hands, so we can split the crew too much. And I'd like to keep
Captain 2024.
I'd like to keep Tarnak here with the main ship, But well, let's see who all wouldn't mind riding over there.
Celine says, as long as we're not doing anything. I mean, actually, technically I could. There's only one ballista over there. I mean, I could fly the ship.
Got the utmost faith you can. Just want to make sure you're nice and safe while we're doing that. So
I'll be on the ship with her.
on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Excellent.
I don't mind riding with Celine either. It's fine.
All right.
I can work on fixing it up a little bit as we get closer to port. Maybe we can sell it for a decent amount of money.
All right, yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. All right, let's see. If I keep Jordan here, and so head count. That's Lean, Chaplain, Apoxy. Oh, Son, are you around?
I'm not certain what you're asking. I can pilot if that's what you're asking. Is that
No,
what-
I more want you there because even though we're gonna be flying together, stuff can happen. And yeah.
Ed, I suggest more people should stick with your ship.
All right then. Okay.
Jordan will say, if you don't mind my saying so, Captain, I'm inclined to agree. The major, most important cargo is on your ship from the Mind Flayers, and if Celine has her magics to help her steer things along, it might be good to have her have a buddy, but she could probably steer that with a skeleton crew.
Fair. All right. The chaplain, Apoxy, you two go, and see you guys at the Rock of Bral.
Aye, sir.
We'll
Oh,
keep the steady cruise going.
we don't
Yeah,
need
I don't.
rations except for Celine.
She said she'll bring over her own food, and yeah, she can help steer. So we got Apoxy and Celine, who are going to be riding this unnamed wasp ship along. And it's kind of cool, Apoxy, because you have like your own ship to yourself, really.
This is
I
strange.
will. I will say that as far as if you want to get there and continue a 24-hour like situation to keep the ship going, you're gonna need two more spelljammers, like someone to swap out for Celine so she can sleep, and someone to swap out for you, Ed, so you can sleep. So you're probably not much of a problem because you've got a number of casters on your ship, but you'll probably want to send a caster over with Celine as well so that she can sleep at certain points.
At the roof. Could at the roof go? And
I certainly can, but did you say Chaplain was headed over there?
That's a good point. If Chaplin's heading over there, then Chaplin could steer for Celine when she's sleeping.
and that's perfect because Chaplain doesn't need to sleep. He's a robot, so you stay here at the roof. We'll,
We're
Chaplain will
perfect
take-
security.
Got it. All right, sweet. You're all divided up nice and perfect. And you've acquired a wasp ship to sell at the Rock of Bral, which is going to fetch you a very fine amount of coin. No doubt about that. And you got, yeah.
I took a short rest over there, which I'm doing with here too because I need to use that feat more. Because I took the pilot like unique to Spelljammer one. With every short rest, I can also heal a ship up to 40 HP. Or I can repair it with the this feat. Patch up works, Spelljammer. When you finish a long rest, if you are on a vehicle, you can repair it. The vehicle regains a number of hit points, up to 10 times your intelligence modifier, for half the normal repair cost. A vehicle can only benefit from this feature every 5 days.
Okay. Obviously, that's not going to help for a ship that you're not stationed on and steering on. It can absolutely work for yours, being the super cool artificer that you are. But that ship, you'll have Chaplain over there, and Chaplain can start going about repairing it.
I meant ours because we took some damage leaving.
Then add those up. Absolutely. Yeah, go for it.
We were at 144. Oh.
Cool. All right. Well, while you handle that, your two ships enter cruise speed, sort of flying next to each other through wild space, making your way back to the Rock of Bral. So that's your third encounter. Let's see what else you run into. Interesting. Oh, cool. And let's see if they're hostile or not. I will say at a certain point, a number of GIF pirates will emerge from wild space. You guys sort of drop out of wild space, and you see one of the famous GIF bombard ships sort of emerge and start like moving towards you. I'm simply gonna have again, because we want to expedite things, as I imagine you guys don't want to go into combat while both of your ships are on skeleton crews. I'll have a piloting check from Ed, and I'll have a piloting check from Celine.
Usual 7 plus 4. So 11.
11. Okay. Neither of you rolls significantly enough to avoid at least one decent shot from the gift bombard. It turns around and fires its massive cannon at you, time. And as captain, I'm going to have you make a decision, Mr. Jord. One of these two ships, so we'll say that Celine is like moving the Wasp ship and it fires on Celine's ship. You have a choice to make. Do you wish to flee on the Shrike ship and hope and like use Celine as cover and get away and hope that she catches up? Or do you want to have your ship take the shot for Celine and let her get away?
Oh, we're taking the shot because Chaplin's over there, and I need Chaplin. I also need Epoxy and Celine too. Yeah, Celine's cool, but no, we're we just took 40 points, so let's give 40 back. Hopefully,
all right. That is what the bombard ship looks like. I put it in Facebook. So this is the ship that's chasing you right now. Very cool ship. Okay, so you
oh my god,
aren't skillful enough to sort of like get away from it altogether, and neither is Celine. So you decide to take the shot for her. It's going to fire on your ship. Lucky enough, they miss, and a huge cannonball, like I can't even express how big it is. It is an enormous cannonball. How big is it? It's probably like it's like the size of a dump truck. Like it's fucking huge, and it whizzes by, and they miss barely, and you get away by the skin of your teeth. I'll have both of you make another round of checks to see if you two can get away at this point. Make me another spelljammer check. You would be intelligence, and so is Celine. Celine will have advantage because sort of block her and give her the opportunity to leave.
16, 9 plus 7.
16. With that missed shot, you both managed to make it to the mile and blast away back into wild space and escape the gift pirates. Well done.
Very cool.
There's another as Captain Jord saves the day again.
All routines. All routine.
That's all routine. And on your last encounter, only like a day or two away, you're just going to encounter some scabbers, some more of those space sharks who are not nearly large enough to pull you even at a cruise speed. You guys whiz on by without issue. That was a 13-day journey. I don't know how your rations are looking.
I'd say probably, unless there was rations.
I marked it down how long you would be. So
we stocked up before the journey to the
We should
prison.
actually be fine.
Yeah,
so you would
and
have
also
13.
I can't imagine the ship we stole had nothing on it as far as food goes.
Both ships, in fact, yeah. So give me a second. I'm just going to figure out where we are in the days. So we're at 31 standard days since your mission began. And that was an additional 13 days of travel, so it's going to be 156 standard days since you all joined as a party. And you guys decided you were going to pay them every 5 days, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, you still have enough food for everybody. Like easily have enough food for everybody. You were going to run out on 158 days, so you got 2 days of food left for the whole crew. So you come out of that with 2 days of food left over. And as for the pay days go, your crew is owed 3 paydays. So Celine and Jorn are owed 3 paydays worth of pay. Celine gets 3 gold, Jorn gets 1. Jorn's now the quartermaster. I imagine there would have been he would have probably been like, if you want me to stay on quartermaster,
Oh, yeah.
ask for a little larger cut.
I would have given him like a raise even without like him mentioning it.
Got it. So you'd probably bump him up to 3 gold, throw an extra 2 on there a day, probably, and that would put him where Celine is. So that would be 18 gold someone needs to dispense with and hand over to
I'll do it.
Celine. Okay, cool. And with that, you guys are up to date on your pay. You are up to date on your food, and you guys are going to find yourselves after a long voyage of about a month at sea. Return back to your port of call, the Rock of Bral. Delete that now. I don't imagine we'll hold on to
We
that.
get paid here.
Yeah, we do some quadrants royalties.
Oh my god. I can't
Oh
wait to
yeah,
spend it on
quadrants
food.
royalties. That's right. That's right. Oh boy.
Yeah, we got a lot of like annoying math that is good. And we're gonna see.
Before we get off the ship, Bisan wants to go up to the captain.
Son?
So the quadrige, could we make one for the mangonel? Like imagine if imagine if the barrel of the mangonel detached with like a clicky thing that held it in place, but maybe it was on a track. So it would load faster or maybe bigger or maybe explosive things. I don't know.
Yeah, we can rotate it. You know, I probably. Yeah, I'm thinking we need some downtime, so I'll cook something up for us. Please, anything like that. Look around the ship. I've got some ideas myself, but we'll all talk as a crew. I'll present them, see what you guys think, and we'll go from there.
I'll
And, yeah.
applaud her sun sword, and she's got her mage hand holding it, so it's you can't like it's just kind of floating there. I know I learned how to fix these. I know a little bit about how they're made, and you have a schematic. What if we made another one, but a smaller one like that? She smiles her big toothy grin.
Or I mean, I've never really dabbled with it, but I'm sure I can make something unique to yours as well. But, sure, there's.
So I want to put out there really quick the song. You can absolutely do this. You can say like, yeah, I figured out how to fix this. Like here, Ed, I can show you how to do it, and you can make more of them. And you can just hand it off to the whole party. This is like a sacred weapon amongst your people. Like this is something that is
Not looking to make these in groups. Looking to make a second one.
oh for you. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, no, not for mass production.
Yeah,
Got it.
Like you'll notice she doesn't have her shield on her back anymore. She's just wearing half plate armor.
Yep, for sure.
and I'm trying to
No
like.
Are you going to make them club together?
Yeah, and what Ed's playing up there is that like cultural. It might be a little weird, but if you're fine with that, it's your decision. I'm just your hand, but I don't want to step on any proverbial toes, as it were. But if you trusted me and choose me, I'll respect that kindly. Right. We're about to do a lot of math right now.
Yeah, I'm working on. Come over here.
Dude.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's part of what you're here for. So you guys were gone for you left the Rock Brawl on day 125. Okay, so this is easy. You guys were gone for 31 standard days. So you would have made in royalties as a crew $775 in royalties for the quadrangle.
And never have I had a more realistic fantasy wish than that one. I mean, that's,
Just to sit back and collect the
I
funds.
I have a few friends and they're like, "Oh yeah, dude, money just comes." I don't know. But yeah. All right. Well, yeah, that's probably where Ed went first. Is we should remember his name, our Hoysian fella. So we'll
You
probably
mean
have-
the ship dock guy who you made this deal
yeah,
with?
yeah, we were probably
I've got it
out
somewhere.
there first.
His name is Kesha Moonsails.
But before we go to him to talk, Ed will gather the crew. And, I've just thinking with this ship, we can sell it. We can also combine some pieces, see what happens, reinforce ours. As far as to-do list, though, I wanna handle Captain Tarnax first, get that squared away, and then we can talk about getting some more, collecting our dues and whatnot. I just want to see how we're all feeling. We've had a lot of travel. We haven't really had ground under our feet that was safe. So if you all would like to have a night to yourselves before we go straight into it, by all means.
If Tarnak is there, he'd say, "It's going to take me some time to actually sell the goods off anyway. It's not going to be overnight. It might take me 1 or 2 days to make the final sales and such, but yeah."
When he says that, Ed'll just look as lace. And then for Tarnak, be like, "I understand. By all means, whatever, take your time and feel comfortable. So we'll find you when the time comes." Goes for the rest of the crew, let's go see how much this ship will run us, and then we take some time for ourselves. How are we all feeling on that?
Yeah. So, Ryan, just a question.
Yeah.
I take it, because we've both got locks on the thing, I take it that both locks will stay on until he needs to sell that stuff and move that stuff so we know what's going out of the box. Is that
Yeah, and absolutely. And to that point, Jorn Axbeard would have sort of brought up, he'd say, "I am your quartermaster, and if anyone needs anything, please let me know. But if it's all the same to you, Captain, I'd stay with Captain Tarnak and sort of supervise the sales if that is fitting to you."
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So with that point, he would receive the key to the cargo hold, and he'd welcome anyone who wants to supervise the sales to go along with him.
Etherith would.
All right, Etherith you can go with, absolutely. Yeah, so Jorn, Etherith, and Tarnak are going to spend the next 2 days meeting with Tarnak's contacts and working out the purchasing and selling of various relics and stuff found in the mine clearance. Absolutely. And then you guys want to go try and sell the Wasp ship, I assume.
Yeah, for sure. I would hope Chaplin can come with us, because Chaplin
Sure.
came real handy last time.
He sounded like
yeah.
to stay with it, the captain.
Okay, fair enough. I guess that just leaves Apoxy and Zalace. Do you guys want to go with either group, or do you guys want to just kind of enjoy being in a port of call for a little while?
I will go and speak to the skipper and see if there's anything he needs me to do while we're on the rock.
Apoxy wants to get some armor.
So Apoxy will go tend to your own needs, which is entirely fair. Celine will similarly be doing the same. Celine's like, "I'm gonna go enjoy some shore leave, if that's all right," and she'll kind of wander into town. I'll just say, "Oh, Captain, I had spoken to the previous captain about it, but I just wanted to remind you that I have certain contacts in the Rock of Bral about magical ammunitions for artillery. If you ever wanted to talk about that,
Absolutely.
yeah, just let me know. I'll be around, and she'll go to her home here and just kind of go hang out. Epoxy can do the same. And so like, oh, and Captain, do you have anything for Zalace to do? As he asked.
Yeah, Lace, why don't you find out what all we've missed since we've been gone? Talk of the town, you know? Get us the good stuff, the bad stuff, everything in between. You know, we're gone a long time, so
Aye, skipper. Just skip off and go and find some brethren in the market.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's see here. Ooh, where did I put that? Just checking something real quick before I move along. All right. Hang on to that. Okay, so I just want to get the paperwork out of the way. I want to get all the ducks in a row for that issue. So as you get to the docks, you're going to receive the 775 golden royalties for the quadrige. And he's going to say, he goes, sales have never been better. With the quadriges installed on all the various ships, and there was a certain definite manufacturing cost, and it's been a little tricky here and there. It's definitely picked up business around here. I've been selling ships left and right. I mean, I already was, but certainly with more enthusiasm nowadays. The quadriges, I think, will be spread far and wide across realm space because of you. Well done.
Can I
You're
roll
like
a
with like a
perception?
bottle of champagne too. Give you like flutes of champagne, everything for free, and he's like, "Yeah, I can see you guys."
Can I roll a perception just to see if he got like a hot new chain or something?
Yeah, absolutely. Make it a perception or an investigation check. Absolutely. See if he's doing pretty good for himself.
I'm doing an investigation. That's a 7 plus 7, 14.
7 plus 7. Things around here haven't changed in quality too much because you get the sense that like it's been a month and there probably was like a large expenditure for him, and now it's sort of picking back up. But you do notice that he has like a nice like silver pocket watch sort of chain coming out now, and that's kind of the really the only sign that he's like coming into any kind of wealth right now. But you expect that it might be picking up in the next little while, and he might be looking a little better for himself.
Every time we come back, like add a new piece of like flaunting clothing on him.
At a certain point, he's just gonna have like 2 rings on every finger. He's gonna have a huge velvet high back chair, a jungle gym for monkeying around in.
All right.
He's gonna say, so welcome back. Is there any now that we've got all the pleasantries out of the way, is there any business you'd like to tend to?
Yeah, we got a whole new ship for you if you want it. Honestly, I want to run something by you, and well, let's get you to get a look at it, see what we got here.
All right, let's go take a look. Sure. And we'll definitely go. So it was, oh yeah, and Chopper's going too. So yeah, he'll go out and he'll take a look at the wasp ship, and goes like, well, let's see here. All right. And you'll go and do a little inspection. He's gonna bring some crew to kind of like run through the ship and take a look around. I imagine any cargo in there has already been unloaded. But yeah, we already loaded. We said that before. It was already unloaded from your ship. He goes, all right, let's take a look. It's taking some residual damage. It's maybe about like a 5th repair, but it's in sort of well functioning. It doesn't have no spell jamming helm. That's a little rough. Unless you intend to leave your personal secondary helm on here if you want.
So yeah, that's the one that came with the previous owner of the ship we were all on, and I don't see myself taking it back. I'm keeping the one that we got from Dawn, but I had modifications in mind for this ship as well, the Shrike, since he hasn't seen that one before. Yeah,
New ship, new upgrades, very nice. Hey, what happened to my old ship that I gave you guys as a signing bonus?
that one broke it in half.
Oh, that's
Right there.
unfortunate.
Yeah, it was. But in a way, it's a lot more spacious, a lot more.
Yeah, hey, fucking fair
upgrades.
enough, man. Yeah.
But,
All right, well, let me see here. Listen, if I look over the thing, you've got a Spelljammer helm in there, and the ship is like it's a little dinged up. Well, actually, no, you would have taken care of that during the journey, I imagine, Chaplain. So never mind. He goes, it's in good repair. Like it's got a couple scrapes and scratches, but cosmetic largely. I got to make a profit on this thing, so I can't give you market price, of course. But I want to keep you happy. So why don't we call it? Why don't we call it 15,000?
That'll look at Basan and Chaplain, just getting their initial gauges. Yeah, seems good enough for me.
That sounds fair.
What do you think, Chaplain?
Yeah, I mean, I think that sounds like a fair deal.
Good enough for you is good enough for me. Shake on it, and he'll shake your hand, and he will take your wasp ship from you and put 15,000 gold pieces in your hands.
Whose sheet is that going on? I guess we'll start splitting this up because we're gonna have a big haul coming from Captain Tarnak as well. So we'll start splitting stuff amongst there. You guys think that's fair?
Oh yeah.
There.
Okay. I'm gonna transfer over to Etherith now, as Etherith went
boy.
with to see the goods being sold. So over the next 2 days, Etherith, you're gonna get like a first-hand look at like the stuff that you guys got. There will be various identifications made to understand like how good the stuff you got is. I'm gonna start you with easy stuff. In just pure value from just like stuff, like non-magical stuff, mundane items of mind flare quality, actual like golden gemstones. It comes out to 3,500 gold pieces in various, in just wealth as all those things are passed out. So 3,500 GP in just solid wealth. And then a number of magical items are found amongst the loot.
Okay.
The first of which is, and at any point, if you want to learn more about the things that are being handed over, possibly for sale, simply let me know. And you're like, stop, tell me about that. There is a rare psionic amulet of some kind.
Tell me more.
Tell you more. It is inscribed with mind flare runes, and it enhances the wearer's mental abilities, granting a +2 bonus to intelligence and wisdom saving throws, and allows the wearer to cast detect magic at will. This can only be attuned to by someone capable of psionics.
Why think we want that? We have 2 psionic people.
Okay, so, and it's a half and half thing. So half of these artifacts are going to go to Tarnak, half of them are going to go to you. So
Okay.
I'll simply write down that you're interested.
Yeah, I have interest, but I want to see the full list, and then I'll figure it out.
Yeah, because you can take half the items, and half the items have to be given away. There is Mind Flare Chitin Armor, which is rare, but you expect you probably don't want this as it can only be attuned to by a Mind Flare or a Mind Flare's Thrall, which is similar situation for that great sword that you found, which is a Mind Blade, can only be attuned to by a Mind Flare or a Mind Flare's Thrall. So those are 2 more rare items. There is an Illithid Brain Jar, which is magical. If you'd like to know more about that.
Yeah, tell me more.
It contains a preserved Illithid brain inside of it. When used as a spell casting focus, it grants the caster a +1 bonus to spell attack rolls and a spell save DC. Additionally, it has 3 charges that can be used to cast either Detect Thoughts or Modify Memory.
Ooh.
Are we interested?
I'm a little interested.
Is it a caster focus that works for clerics as well?
This is an interesting question.
Probably not, right? I think I've used my holy symbol.
Yeah, because I certainly don't think that this would be a tunable play, like somebody who uses holy magics. I think I gotta say, I think this is mostly attunable by like a warlock, a sorcerer. It's kind of fucked up, but I think a druid could do it because it's technically like natural. It's a brain after all.
Yeah.
Let me go down the caster list here. I'd say a wizard, of course.
Yeah.
So I'd say wizard, definitely a warlock, a sorcerer. Yeah, and I'll give it. That's an aberration. Druids and aberrations don't belong here, so I'm gonna take back on the druid thing. So that's what I'll say. I'll say sorcerers, warlocks, and wizards. We'll take it.
I have my staff, and I'm very attached to it. So, I mean, I'll have interest in it purely on the basis of it might be something we can maybe give to Celine, but it's very much like low priority.
Okay, so I'll put interested beside it regardless.
Yeah.
So the illicit brain jar. Where? That's not there. There is a ring that is sort of like a brass color, but the actual gemstone seems to be this like purplish brain, and it is a ring of mind shielding. Protects the wearer from mind reading, telepathic intrusions. They're immune to divination magics, telepathy. Grants advantage, or let me just pull up the item because I'm reading this off of the secondary source. That might be getting it wrong. Yes, an uncommon attunement item. While wearing the magic, you're immune to magic that allows creatures to read your thoughts, determine whether you're lying, know your alignment, know your creature type. They can only telepathically communicate with you if you allow it. You can use an action to make the ring become invisible on your finger, or visible again until you remove it or until you die. Should you die while wearing the ring, your soul will enter the ring unless it already houses another soul. It seems to already have a soul within it, which means that that function doesn't seem to work until that soul is getting rid of.
Oh god.
But you can, but it's up to that soul if it wishes to remain in the ring or depart until the afterlife. So it's up to the soul currently within. The bearer of the ring can telepathically communicate with the soul.
I would like this ring is high priority.
Okay, very interested. HI for high priority. Uncommon. Okay, a couple items left. There is. Ooh, that definitely would not be there. And let's see.
Just listen to things that would step the other mind flayer talk.
Yeah. And that's it. Those are the items.
Let's see.
So there is the Ring of Mind Shielding. There is the Illithid Brain Jar. There is the Mind Flare Sword. There's the Mind Flare Armor. And there is the Psionic Amulet.
Out of what's there, there's 5, so I don't know how we're going to evenly split this, but the 2 are most interesting are the amulet and the ring.
Okay. So Captain Tarnak says it's an odd number of valuable items. The ring is uncommon, so it has less value on the open market. The rest of them are rare, so maybe maybe a charisma or persuasion check. No, maybe just a persuasion check. Hold on, persuasion check.
Alrighty. 17.
17. Says, I'll tell you what. Why don't we? So the ring seems to be going for my particular buyer, for a good price. We could sell it for. I need to put my magic sheet. So there's so much going on. There we go. He says, now this ring seems to be wanting to sell for 400 gold pieces. So I'll make you a deal. Why don't you just pay me 200 gold and you can have this, and then you can have 2 of the items. It seemed that you wanted the brain jar and the amulet, and then I'll take the armor and the sword and sell those.
Just let me review my options here. I do not possess any charms, so very well. You have yourself a deal.
All right. So with that, and some of these are homebrew items, so I'll need to make you some stat blocks for them because I half expected them to just be sold off, but I should have known better. So you can, however, add the Ring of Mind Shielding to your inventory. Axebeard's taking note of all of this. It's all going to get passed over to you, Captain, so you'll be aware of like how the trade's progressed. And the Illithid Brain Jar and the Psionic Amulet will be kept by the party. And as for the gold coinage, that is going to be split down the middle for, let's see, it'll end up being 15, so it's 2, 2, so 7. GP. So, and then he would have taken 200 for the actual thing. So you guys would make 1,550 gold pieces in just raw coinage, plus those 3 magic items.
Cool.
A bit of coinage on that one. Pretty good.
Ironically, majority of you could sell these magic items and make like a couple thousand gold pieces off of them. Probably an exceptional sum off of, especially the brain jar and the amulet. You can make a couple thousand, maybe 10,000 extra gold off of that. But items are cool too. So yeah, I think that does bring an end to all of the coinage you guys should be receiving. Does anyone need any refreshers, or do you think you currently got down what you were receiving?
What is the grand total between selling the ship and the loot?
Yes, that would end up being, let me find it here. So that's 5, 1, 2, 3. You want to make that, and then I'll throw this in here. Axebeard will go to you, Ed, and say, do you want me to sell off the contents of the armory? There's about 200 gold pieces worth of basic weaponry in there.
Please and thank you. And, let's gather up as many funds as we can, get it all sorted out.
All right.
I want to make this ship as much ours before we use it again. So
fair enough. So I'm giving you the grand total as of now. The total value of your earnings from this month-long voyage is 17,725 gold pieces. And then those 3 magic items, which I am going to get to work on.
And then also that does not include the money that we got from the royalties, right?
That does include the money you got from the royalties. That's your grand total upon
Oh, it does,
stepping.
okay.
Yeah, at the end of these 2 days of buying and selling and whatnot, that is your grand coin totalage.
Got it.
All right.
How do we plan to split this?
Well,
Before we start, just before we get into this, because I just want to throw something in there really, really quick. Sorry to interrupt. Axebeard says, "No, before we get into anything, I just want to put a little recommendation down. I know that the previous captain had interest in purchasing a nicer ship. This is a lot of gold we have on the table here and getting pretty close to another ship. If we were to see how much the Shrike ship is worth, there might be a possibility of purchasing something a little bit more fortified. I just wanted to put that possibility into the air before I step back."
One of the options I was going to lay out. So, but we start with that. How do we feel on that? You know, it was a comfortable ship and all that, but we did meet it less savory meat. So I'm okay with flipping it. How do we? What do we think about that before we start?
I think we need to find out how much that would be worth as it is, and then obviously what we can afford to buy from there as well.
Also, how many people will it take extra to keep it running? Because let's say it needs 19 people, that's more than Celine can make. So then we have to manage hiring costs as well.
So,
Which is not to say we shouldn't just something for the calculus.
of course. Well, let's get the pricing on the Shrike first. We'll also see what's available. For all we know, there's not, we can't do upgrade. But let's go from there, and then yeah, we're all good with that. You got a price count, then start splitting things up. To the guy.
Good captain.
All right, you guys want to see how much you could possibly sell your Shrike for, right?
Yep.
He says, "Oh, okay, you want to sell this ship? I'll give you the same price as before, 15,000. I mean, it's got a similar market price, and it's in good repair, and it's got a Spelljammer helm installed on it. So I'll give you 15,000 for it."
Holy shit. So I say that again, Ryan? I just got a crazy news update.
Yeah, no problem. It said it's in the same market value as the Wasp ship you sold me, and it's in good repair, and it has a Spelljammer helm attached. So I'll give you 15,000 for it.
All right. And we're thinking about sort of doing combo flip here, maybe an upgrade. What do you got in stock?
Well, what do you need? Let's take a look down the list, and he will go through the various vessels that he has available. He doesn't have one of those. He says, "I have a damselfly, which I've already sold you one, so I don't expect that's what you want. Let me ask you this. Let's cut things down and put a little filter on things. All right. So, how much gold you got to play with here? Let's say you sell me the Wasp ship, 15,000 extra gold pieces in your pocket. How much gold pieces do you have towards a ship you want to purchase? And that will help me know what kind of price range we're talking about."
So 15 plus the 17 that we've got puts us at around.
We don't have 15. We don't have right. The 15 definitely is going towards the ship. So if we take the two ships out of it, it's the 17,725, but we don't want to do all that. So maybe 7,000 question mark, Captain?
7,000 towards a ship, and that's it? You're not going to get nothing for that unless it's like
no. But we have two ships, right? So there's
Right,
We've already sold one of them.
right. Oh, I see. That's what the 15,000 was. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So
we sold the Wasp.
so we've got that, and we're going to get 15,000 for the Shrike. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
So we have 30,000. That's the base that we're starting with that we have, correct? Question mark.
Probably like 32,000 with change because it's 17 plus. But of course, we're not going to drop it all. So I would say, I don't know, maybe something around the 25,000 range. Gives us a lot. You know, leaves us with 25 Mine leaves us with 7,000 to work with.
Well, let me just put out there that the Damselfly ship is worth 20,000, as is your Shrike ship, as is your Wasp ship off the open market. At market price, those are 20,000 gold piece ships. So you won't be getting anything more than your Shrike ship is worth at this point.
I was trying to say I'm clumsy. For closer to 40,000 total investments, considering all of the
There we
shipping and
go.
such. Like 37.5 was. Like, Bison's clearly out of her element, but she's trying.
I think I think you guys will see, like, as Basan's like sort of trying to fiddle around with numbers and not really certain where to go with it. I think Kesha Moonsail's like trying to be like polite and kind of nod, and maybe there's like eyes going towards you, Captain, that are kind of like, maybe we should handle this kind of thing in his eyes.
Yeah.
He goes, let me take you over here, Mr. Captain, at Jordan. He'll kind of take you away from the rest of the crew, and he'll say, "So, let me make things plain for you. There's two types of ships. Well, there's more, of course. There's more than that. Generally speaking, there's two price ranges for ships. Some ships are a little bit more than 20,000, but if you want a significant upgrade, you're going to need to go to 40,000. If you want something with an excellent amount of extra oomph, if you know what I mean. If you're looking to like seriously improve or upgrade, you're gonna need to go up by a couple tens of thousands. You know. So let me take you through a couple of ships that I have available, give you their prices, and let you know what you got. And I'm going to avoid anything at 20,000 because that's really what you got already. All right? How's that sound?
Sounds good.
It says, okay, so let's see what I've got in stock for you. So first and foremost, the former captain was very interested in this ship, and he will display to you the turtle ship you guys have been talking about so much. And he'll say, a keel beam, 95 feet, 70 feet, a 70 foot beam, can hold 30 tons of cargo. It takes a crew of 16 to manage at minimum if you want everything to be working ship shape. It only has a 25 foot around flight speed of 3 miles an hour, but it does have a swim speed. A damage threshold of 15 feet. It is made of metal, so it has a nice 19 armor class and 300 hit points. It is a veritable fortress. It can go underwater, it can go on top of the water, and it can land on land. It's got all the things, all the bells and whistles you need from it. And that goes for 40,000 gold pieces. He'll move along. He doesn't sell those. He says, I've got squid ships here. They go for 25,000 a piece. They're a little bit of an improvement of what you've got going on, but very marginal. Takes 13 crew to run it optimally because it does have 2 ballistas and a mangonel as well as a piercing ram on it. It has a 250-foot keel and a 25-foot beam. Damage threshold of 15. 300 hit points. It's made of wood, so it is a 15 armor class. And it flies at about 3.5 miles per hour, so 30 feet around. It's only a marginal upgrade from what you've already got. Trading out a ballista for a mangonel. Not as fast, but it is got a couple more hit points to it. There's, of course, the beautiful... Oh, yes, please.
If, say if, stars aligned and I cooked up something a little bit of a custom upgrade, what does a job like that run us?
Well, it would depend on the upgrade, of course.
I'd love to put some metal on the ship and, well, maybe kind of like, ducks, right? You see ducks.
Oh, you mean you want to if you were to like upgrade the hull yourselves, like personally speaking? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Well, that would be quite a process. You'd have to strip the hull clean of any wood, and then you'd have to rebuild it with metal. It'd probably cost more to actually replace the entire hull than to actually just purchase it here. If you know what I mean. It's you have to strip the ship down to its bare bones, then rebuild it with metal.
Insight check.
I don't believe you're there, Zalace. I think you're off in the world, right?
Worth a shot.
Worth a shot, fair enough.
And what about making a better swimmer? That I was thinking, maybe we could sort of
Oh, you mean the turtle ship? Yeah, if you purchase the turtle ship and you wanted to make it an even better swimmer, I mean, you seem to be an inventive sword. I'm sure you could find some way to upgrade those abilities.
So it seems that, because I'm new to owning a ship and all that, seems that if I want to upgrade something, it's better to start from a new foundation than an older one.
Well, I'm not really an upgrader per se. I'm more of a salesman of like pre-built ships and such. I don't really deal with modifications too much, but I know a little bit. And the thing I know is this: it's very simple. The more metal, the more size and mass of a ship, the slower it's going to go. So you have to either choose a balance or to go one way or the other. Is your ship going to be swift and fast, or is it going to be heavily fortified? You know what I mean?
Lots to consider. Hey, thank you for your information. We'll talk with the crew. We'll be back. We're gonna be grounded for a couple days, so we'll be seeing each other.
Well, before you go, let me just give you a quick list of what's left that I have in my dock that's a little bit more than 20 gold. So, I know that you used to sail on a space galleon. I have many of those for sale, and those all do go for 30,000 unique. So it is a fairly significant upgrade. They're heavily upgradable. Multiple decks. There's a cargo deck, steerage, main deck, forecastles, crow's nest. You sailed on them. You know what they're like. So you could sell you a space galleon for 30. And you know all about those. 400 hit points. They're made of wood. Has a cargo tonnage of 20. It can sail on the water. It can't land on land by any means, but it can sail on the water and it can fly through space. And I don't have many left, so bear with me here while I give you. You could get a scorpion ship, but I know that a lot of your crew were veterans in the war, and scorpion ships were often used by the Spro, so I know that's not a favorite for you veteran types. So we'll just skip right over that. And I've only got a couple left. He doesn't have that in stock. It's not a druid. I have a lamprey ship available. That would. Oh, never mind. I forget that because it's about the same price anyway. Fuck that. There is a really nice ship that I would want to run by you. It's called the Hammerhead ship. Now it does go for 40,000, much like the turtle ship, but let me tell you why it's so valuable. It's got a blunt ram, so it's very good for ramming into other ships in combat. It has a ballista and 2 mangonels aboard. So, fairly well fortified. It is a little bit slower, runs 4 miles per hour, 35 feet around. And it is made of wood, so a 15 armor class, but it does have 400 hit points. It can carry 30 tons of cargo and a crew of 15. Now, what makes this so special is that it is favored among both. It's favored as a heavy cargo merchant vessel. So it's very good for doing cargo runs, and it's very good at anti-piracy. So that makes it a pretty fun ship, and it's very spacious.
Versatile too.
And and those are the last of my ships that I have to run by you. So the Hammerhead ship, the Space Galleon, the Squid ship, and the Turtle ship were the ones that I have that would be a significant, small to large significant upgrade from what you currently already possess, just so you know.
No, it's collecting everything. Alright. Let me run it by the crew here and see what kind of deal we'll cook up.
Fair enough, sir.
Keep talking.
Well, you know where I am if you need me. And he'll let you run about.
That'll return to the crew, relay everything Ryan has just told us about our options.
The only thing that I will throw in there quickly is Axebeard as a recommendation from the quartermaster. I would say that if you wanted to go for the 40,000s, you all just came into possession of a couple of rare magical items. Those go for a couple thousand and can make up for the missing coinage if you had a mind to sell them. But that is all I will say on that note. You'll step back and let you decide.
Now, the way I see it, ship upgrade will buy us a lot of consistency. And we saw what happened on our first voyage with the current level ship we've got. So, and much as I'd like to hitch a ride back every time, I really wouldn't. So that's why I'm leaning towards at least considering an upgrade. But I understand this is not just my goal to spend. So, by all means.
Above the table, are we all here? Or is it just our group?
Yeah, we could play loose with timing, so we could say that like maybe that night the captain rallies the whole crew and you guys can talk about it.
Well, I have two things I think. Well, this is just my thoughts. One is a galleon, while potentially within our immediate price range, I think is maybe too large. I don't think we have any plans to amass a crew quite as great as what was on the New Dawn. I am open to the idea of selling the items we've acquired to make up the missing amount to purchase something within the 40,000 range, as you say. Consistency. And would make the likelihood of, oh, I don't know, the ship getting split in half less likely.
Yeah, and I want to be able to go to as many places as you can go too. So that's why I was a Hammerhead had my attention.
And as a note, I think sorry, I don't mean to keep interrupting. I just want to get your information in there. I think Axford would say, if you're looking to hire extra crew to keep a larger ship running, I know you've hired me and Celine for a couple of gold a day. I actually think I underscored how much you were paying them. But anyway, we'll deal with that in a little bit. But now that I'm thinking about it. But anyway, he says, you're paying me and Celine a couple gold a day. But you can, of course, hire sailors for a couple silver a day. Like, they don't need to be terribly skilled. They just need to put a rock in a mangonel every now and then. And that could, anyway.
30 hands, yeah. That's something I was thinking. Admittedly, we don't need to pay a cook that much either. Those duties are being taken from your hands. You're no longer our cook. Not bigger things to worry about. So, I do have the intentions of hiring new hands as well. So,
We will have to vet people carefully, Captain.
ooh.
And I think we should consider the advantages of keeping some of the items. Some things are better than money. The ring.
I really got to look at them, but no.
Captain,
Axby would agree with you, Basan. You'd say, I'm inclined to agree with Basan, at least as far as the ring goes. That's only worth a couple hundred gold. I was more referring to the other two.
So, Captain, I still have a couple of contacts to go and speak to. Maybe while we are here getting ourselves together, we could do some jobs, earn some coin, maybe invest a little bit into the club to regain some money, and hope, with Chaplin's blessing, we can use those funds to either pay the crew while paying for the club as well. Wait if we get it up and running, and then we can build up a little bit of cash to then splurge on the ship. We don't have to spend it all right now. The thing is, if we do some upgrades on the Shrike that we've got to maybe like the ballista, or the mangonel or stuff like that, that just improves the worth that it's got on it. It's just like doing a flip on a house or whatever. The more you put into it, you get a little bit more out of it. The more equity you've got, you can spend it on that.
As a note about mechanics, if you guys did want to like, invest in the club and then say, could we just let a set amount of time pass, and then we can call that downtime, sure. But you just let a certain amount of time pass where like you start making your money back. We could do that too. Like we could play this game long term where you guys sit back and make some money.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, because each day we get like 35 gold pieces or whatever from the watchers. And I do think some downtime would do as well, especially now that we have a unified goal and we all know it's at stake here. And Hassan, did you have more to say earlier? Just I want to make sure we all get our pieces out.
I'm not sure what to do with the brain in the jar, but the amulet could be useful to the crew. We're fighting psionic things.
That's Matt, Drift, you found those, and I saw your notes. So, and whatever items, whoever can use them seems to want to keep, we keep, and then whatever we want to sell, we see what sells. I admit I've got some curiosities myself, and it's no better way to learn about these mind flayers than their items, but
the braid is the least valuable, at least, and I mean that in a personal sense, and not sort of a monetary value, but for us, in a practical sense, the brain is so-so. I must confess, I'm rather surprised you're entertaining the idea of waiting for investing into the club and essentially waiting for however many weeks or months it'll take to make its money back. You know what's at stake. And I would strongly advise against standing by idly.
absolutely, and I don't intend to spend that time quiet because there's no better time to mention is something I believe that we hadn't considered before and I have been considering this whole time is we're not gonna win the fight against the Prophet alone. We're gonna need allies more than just our crew, and I feel like that's almost inevitable. And I can't say for certain, but but when we leave here, I intend to find us as much help as we can get for this fight. And you never know who's on the Rock of Bral. So if we're here, if we get any sort of downtime, it would be the intention to bettering our efforts for the fight. I mean, I wish we could fly to the Prophet right now, but I have a feeling it wouldn't go in our favor, no matter how much we wanted to. So my thinking is, we did spend the downtime. Start looking for hands that know what's at stake. But also, when we leave here, that's the goal as well. I imagine one of the first stops we talked about, if we left here now, would be what was it? The mention they could help find my brother, and
There was a job. There was a job. It was something that's basically upsetting an entire people who worship Salune. But if we could fix that, we could get a divination that could potentially lead us to your brother. That's all I remember.
so
Above the table, that's all I remember. I'm so sorry.
Above the table, cure for
what-
space plague, but I don't know that it is after Earth, unfortunately.
Yeah.
and And a job like that, it's doing good, and doing good's not always going to repay us with coin. But honestly, coin's not all we need for this fight. I believe it fully. If we won't do this alone. And, we whatever we leave on will be a different crew. Is we're leading this fight head on.
Well, let me say this. If your goal is to amass power and or allies, then your plans for the future should align with that goal. And those plans must be clear and, well, clear and specific. There can be no vagueness or wishy-washiness with regards to what your plans are. Dictate what you want to achieve and set clear plans to make those things happen. Otherwise, you're simply letting destiny happen to you as opposed to harnessing it and making it your own.
Of course. I'll tell you this much: if you've got any doubts, it's more on you than it is on me. As I said, I want to find allies. I want to do jobs that count, and I want to have a ship that can do these jobs. So I entertain the idea of an upgrade, but ultimately, if we're not set on staying here long, then we'll get ready to journey out sooner than later. But I do believe it's worth at least giving 2 or 3 days to see if there's anything new here, anyone new here to talk to. And we've got to earn good favor. Can't just be doing jobs. Well, I wish it could.
I will say, if your main goal is to amass allies, then I agree. A more adaptive ship would be valuable, more for planetary landings than anything else. Not all our allies can come from one place. I know we're all very attached to the Rock of Bral, but it's a very wide, wide world out there.
Absolutely. Well, real specifics, that's it right there. Just want to be able to land everywhere. So I've got thought about if we could upgrade the Shrike to land, can land on water, but you know, I'd love for it to land on all kinds of water. And,
But do we need it to land on all types of water if we can fly?
no. Suppose not.
How
Yeah.
much do I know about like the planets of, let's say, just realm space?
How much do you know about the planet's realm space? Make me a history check.
20.
20. Yeah, you know about all.
Oh, cool. So I know
give
that
me
like I know like Hikath. Do I know about like I kind of have to like
generally speaking, that was
biomes and inhabitants basically.
I would say biomes in general, inhabitants is fair. Yeah, like that's a very general, like, what do I know about them? And you would get the very general synopsis, which I can give you if you like. Okay, there is the first, and these are all on the roll 20 if anybody is looking at it right now. There is, closest to the sun is Anadia, which is known for its xenophobic natives. There is Koliar, which is inhabited by lizard folk, Aarakocra, and dragons. There is Toril, which, has Selune, the moon, circling around it, the tiers of Selune following around it, sort of asteroid cluster, inhabited by many different species, and it's the most inhabited of them all. There is Capri, the Fire World, which is also said to be orbited by an artificial elven base of the Elven Armada. There is Canados, which has numerous unstable land formations that are all prone to collapse or change at any moment. There is Glyph, making its way out into the outer worlds. There's Glyph, which you've been on, which is dominated by mind flayers. It's a neutral zone for mind flayers and mortals to trade. It has 3 moons. There's Garden thereafter, which is shares a common atmosphere, but is bound together by a colossal planet known as Yggdrasil's Child. And it is classified as a live world, a living world, and it has 12 moons. So it's basically many rock formations surrounding Yggdrasil's Child. And then there's Hakatha, which is the disc-shaped central hub water world, which has a number of beholder nations, 2 moons, and an underwater biome full of underwater civilizations as well. And that is the very rough rundown of the solar system.
Well, if we're just speaking in terms of realm space and potential allies, Anadia might just be an outright bust. Not particularly friendly natives to, well, anyone. Collier, better odds. Some very interesting inhabitants there. We're all aware of Toril, and well, there are many nations and cities, but Toril is also perhaps pretty more preoccupied with its own planetary matters. Could try and garner aid from the Elven Navy over Capri, although the planet itself is a hellscape of fire, so maybe not much for landing there on any ship. Glyph is a neutral ground, not too dissimilar from here, and Hakatha, while would require the capabilities of a ship that could either dive or at least float, it's dominated by beholders, and relations are up in the air with regards to the many-eyed abominations.
Our history with them isn't great. What about these saloon people? You know anything about their planet?
Which people?
I don't look up the sun to say.
Bisan probably remembers. Carmen only remembers that the whole people were plagued and that they worship a goddess, and that somebody had the thought that if we did that job, that we could potentially earn a boon of divination and find out where Ed's brother was.
I think
That's all Carmen remembers.
Lee
I'm
who
so
relayed
sorry.
that job.
Hmm?
I think that job came from Celine's contacts with the wizards, I'm pretty sure. If memory serves.
Yeah, so talk to Celine about it. But yeah, those are my intentions. Whatever jobs we do here on out, in search of allies for this fight.
That job would help with allies. That job could help find your brother. It seems like it would do things for us.
Seems like our first destination, though. Alright then. Now, ship upgrades. Do we want to keep the strike? Try our odds with it? I'm going to take the night to see if I can kick up anything that might help, smooth out its versatility, see where I can land it and whatnot. And, see if I have a avian sort of focus. So we'll think about the birds tonight.
How about we find out where exactly this quest will take us, and then we'll review whether a a replacement ship or mere upgrades will suffice for the journey.
Seems like a good idea.
All right then.
Yeah, great.
As they're having this conversation, Chaplin kind of poofs into visibility on all fours, like just behind Ed's one leg. Oops, I guess that's how long it lasts.
What? What, Chaplain?
Nothing. I was just working on something.
We're about
You know what? Yeah, you keep your secrets, Chaplain. I'm sure we'll find them in a moment. Just did you do anything on my backside?
No.
Backside?
No, I was just practicing on being unseen.
Oh. Oh, pretty useful. All right, then let's go find Celine.
Okay. Where do you find Celine? Anyone who wants to go try and find Celine, make me an investigation or an insight check.
Investigation. That is 17 plus 7 for investigation. 24.
All right, never mind. 24. You were told that she is, like, she's like a wizard. So you're like, where does a wizard go? Probably to the Mages Guild. Let's go check out the Mages Guild. You make your way to Mages Guild, and sure enough, probably sitting around with like a cup of a cup of some kind of nice drink and talking to a number of colleagues, you will find Celine speaking with some companions at the Mages Guild, at the Mages Guild Hall. And she'll sort of rise and say, "Oh, Captain, hello. Is everything okay? Is something going on?"
Yes, sorry. I hope we're not catching you on your well-deserved downtime. I'm not like tracking you or anything. That'd be weird. We have, we've got some questions about probably our next job. Or if you're good to talk right now.
Oh, yeah, certainly. Excuse me, gentlemen. And she will follow you to some like side sitting area within the guild hall. And say, "What can I do for you?"
Well, I a relay about the plague curing thing. That basically everything they've told us.
Oh, I gotcha. She goes, "A plague of the star beasts? I know that the healers of Selune wanted that. I don't know if that's still going though. I mean, I just got back. I haven't really been looking for work or anything. I've just been kind of enjoying a couple of days. So I could look into it if you need."
Please, we would love to still help and as fast as we can. That'd be much appreciated. We're just looking to know because we're heading there, so we want to know where we're going to. See if we need a better, newer ship for it, or if we're good with what we've got. Just more along those lines. But any specifics would really help us out.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'll look into some work. I don't know if it's still available. I can go find out though.
Thank you.
And she'll go take a look for you. And just so you know, because I did get the gold wrong, it's 3 gold a day, and then we were doing payments every 5 days, just so it's not like every day nonsense. They are owed 72 additional gold pieces. Celine and Jordan Oxford.
I'll give that for my personal stuff.
Okay.
At 272.
Fantastic. Okay, she'll go looking and scrounging around for work to do with the Star Beast stuff. I'm just going to do a roll to see if the quest is still available or not. She returns maybe like later that evening. She'll say, "It does seem that the the contract is still available."
That's that. Thank you so much for your haste on that. That how much time do you think we'd have before we'd have to head over there? As soon as possible, I imagine, right?
Well, it's been a month now. It was just sort of a beginning thing, but it's becoming quite the epidemic at this point.
Do you think,
So the longer you wait, the more it's going to infect people, or the higher chance someone else is going to solve it and get the boon.
absolutely. And we'd likely need some more healers for that, wouldn't we? Or I don't know if anyone of our crews.
I only know the bare minimum of the information. You'll have to speak to the High Cleric, Alindra. She could give you more details if you're serious about accepting the quest.
Of course. I think we should talk to this cleric. Let me gather the rest of the crew, and we'll make moves towards that.
Okay.
Sorry about the short pay there. It was weird.
Oh, it's okay. No, it's all right. No worries. No worries.
It's probably rude for me to make you work when you're supposed to take a day off. I'll make it up to you. Not like in a personal way or anything. Just like I'll just make it up. I'll go find the rest of the crew. Thanks, God. Salute.
Okay, yeah, I'll follow you if you want. And she will. Incredible. Sorry, I'm just sorting out something for myself. Please go ahead. Yeah, you meet up with the crew you want to go talk to.
I find Etherith and Son, then Chaplain, and find all of you guys, depending on if you guys are around. I don't know if Zalace is already doing their thing. I don't know if Apoxy is doing their thing, but I'll look for Etherith first, then Son.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to decipher the very complex system of rankings in the Silonite Temple. So I'm just trying to figure out the rank of this person you're about to go meet. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Okay. So you're gonna go find her. And she's in the Temple District, so she is going to be called
I definitely want to have Chaplain with us here too.
Okay. You go to, you bring whoever you want. You end up going to the Temple District, and you find and are brought to Priestess of the High Moon Shadow, Elindra, who is this silver-haired, beautiful, like half-elven woman, endowed in like silvery whites, and like sort of so like a white almost gown with vestments of like dark blue coated with like stars of silver across her dress. She has 7 stars. You don't know if they're tattooed or just simply painted or marked or whatever, but 7 stars sort of tattooed around her face. And she smiles at you and says, welcome, Captain. I was told that you were interested in the Plague of Star Beasts contract.
Yes, we're looking to get started on that as soon as possible to best efficiency we can. We're we're sorry about the delay already. We had a previous job that took a lot more from us than we expected, but we're ready to give it our all for this one.
Well, we are in dire need of aid. Many ships have undertaken the contract, and it's truly a terrible thing. Are you aware of the Kindori?
Can I do a history check for that?
You make either a religion or a nature check, your choice.
What was the first one? Religion?
Yeah, religion or nature, your choice.
All right, that's 15 plus 4 for religion, 19.
You guys, yeah, you guys saw Kindori. They are these gargantuan spacefaring whales, essentially. Yeah, that sort of like go around in pods. They're celestial creatures, largely very peaceful but preyed upon. So she says, "Good, you know of the Kindori. It's truly a shame. A great plague has spanned across realm space, and it is killing the Kindori. Many have suffered, and their numbers are dwindling. They are between the piracy for their skeletons and this plague. They're going extinct in realm space, and it's something that Salune in our temple wishes to prevent, if at all possible. There's only so much could be done."
Yeah, we saw 3 of them on our journey. It's sad to me to hear that they're such targets. Why do you mention them specifically? Is it
Well, the plague is largely carried by them. It's horrible. Celestial creatures are usually beyond such plagues, but the Kindori have been largely affected, and they travel here and there and very far wide. And we believe that they are largely carrying the plague around wild space, and those who come into contact with them are contracting this plague. But it is primarily affecting their race, and there are many races who venerate them and would see them healed and cured. We don't know much about what is this plague and what's affecting the Kindori, but we would see them healed of it. We would see some kind of some way of purging it from them. So we would request the aid of any who are capable of research or healing or anything that they can do to try and heal them. If anyone was able to achieve this, they would receive the goodwill of not only the Church of Selene, but I have no doubt various spacefaring races who venerate them for their beauty and their grace, as well as blessings and a number of other things that they provide for the Church, a number of other rewards.
so if we find a way to heal them, we can stop the plague at its sources, what you're saying?
We don't know much, but we know that at least. If the Kindori are healed, the plague will learn to cease. It is easily healed when found with other spacefaring races, but it attacks them more rapidly. So while easy to heal while found out about, it does attack and kill very quickly the lesser races. It affects the Kindori more slowly, but it's lethal all the same. We don't know much beyond this. We just wish to see them heal.
We'll need a ship that can get close.
I leave that to you. Like I said, the contract is simply the healing of the Kindori and the eradication of this plague. If you are able to figure out how to do that, then we will reward you as we would any other captain in their ship.
And when we came across them, none of us got sick or anything. So, granted, we weren't too close to them, so hard to say. But we'll get to it. We'll now. If we're traveling direct to the source here, is there any bit of advice you might partake on us or anything like?
Simply to be careful. I imagine your crew is just as susceptible to the plague as many others would be. I would just say take every precaution to ensure that your crew is going to be protected from this disease if they intend to approach the Kindori or the infection itself. Again, easy enough to heal once detected, but if not detected in time, it can be quite lethal.
How have you gone about detecting it?
Well, a medical examination can prove fruitful. There are a number of spells that allow you to detect diseases.
May I ask,
Of course.
what ailments does it give?
What ailments does it give? It depends. It affects the Kindori very differently than it does the regular races. It doesn't show any visible exterior symptoms until it's too late on humanoid creatures. It's sort of quiet, internal. But there are discolorations that can be found, usually under the fingernails or under the tongue, back of the throat. But symptoms are largely, other than that, uh, unseen until the infection becomes very spread, almost overnight. Whatever humanoid might find themselves deeply ailed, bedridden, and then soon after dead.
I take a few steps back from everybody. Uh, I've been biting and scratching a lot of things. Can someone check my discoloration?
Can Warforged take diseases? Is that one of their?
No, they can't actually.
Oh, okay, cool. I gotcha.
This is funny.
She will
I'm
smile
just
at
staying
you
away
and she'll
from
say,
everybody.
she'll smile at you, just sort of like, oh my, like a little sort of like just like a kind of innocent smile. She'll say, you'll be happy to know that autognomes and similar construct-based humanoids seem to be immune to disease.
Oh, all right. Chaplain, we can take this on together.
Good.
As well as high-level paladins, they are always very, by grace of their holiness, they are protected from such ailments, usually.
All right. Well, just in case, I'll make sure to jump in a pool of water.
Yes,
Now,
make no mistake that it is contagious. While you can't extract the disease and be
I
ailed
can
from it
carry
yourself,
it.
you can carry it. That is right. The
I,
Kindori,
uh,
however, there's been multiple reports that it is visible. Usually it'll be a sort of, we hear most commonly that there's a sort of a tar that sort of leaks down from their eyes, a blackish tar from their eyes and from their lips will sort of show that they are plague-ridden. And we have known how to cure humanoids if it can be detected early enough, but not the Kindori. We have no way of healing or detecting. Other than detection, we have no way of healing them, and that is what we see.
and I was going to ask you for us taking this on, is there any chance you could lend us one of your clerics for just
I'm
general
afraid if we
help?
lended a cleric to every ship who came and took this contract, we would find our church empty.
I figured as much, but any favors is worth asking for. How are you feeling about this, chaplain? Because all of this is gonna be on you.
Oh, that's fine. I like the idea of helping the big space whales. I feel kind of sad for them, floating around there with tar leaking out of their eyes.
Oh. But, well, it's how are we all feeling on this? It's a this big risk for a lot of us. But I think it's one of those jobs that we have to do. So
Well, I'm confident I could if any one of us happened to catch it, I'm fairly confident I could dispel the disease. But as far as, I mean, I'll be honest, if the clerics of Salune have no means to cleanse these Kindori of their ailments, I don't know if I have the means to do so either. Do you? Like, I looked at the chaplain.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've never tried it before. I suppose we could give it a try, if nothing else. We could be soothing to them, I suppose, at the very least.
Yeah, we found them before, so there's a chance. You could find one to experiment on. How do we even go? Supposed to figure that out. But, is there more you can tell us on the Kindori? Just their general nature, maybe the hot spot they like a lot, and you know, anything.
They are wanderers, much like a whale from a normal sort of material plane, a planet. They wander here and there and follow the tides of the winds of the astral sea, and they go where they feel is right. They are they're surprisingly intelligent, but in the way of beasts might be. Intelligent for such a creature. They know how to communicate with one another over long distances using the flashing colors of their eyes, which is part of why this plague is so dangerous for them. When the infection spreads too much, they lose the ability to flash the coloration of their eyes and emit messages. So it makes it hard for them to communicate with one another and keep away from danger. It makes them more vulnerable to predators. And pirates, of course.
If I recall correctly, when we stumbled across them in astral space, they were large enough that Barsh was able to see them on the Ori as we were traveling by. So, we might be able to detect them if we were in their vicinity.
Oh, and before I forget, another way to possibly detect if they're sick or not is an overgrowth of vines or vegetation on their bodies. This is a mark of both old, extremely old, or sick Kindori. If you approach one with such vines and vegetation, they may just be an immensely old member of the race, but it's also impossible that they are sick, or both. So tar from the eyes and vegetation on the back.
All right. Looks like we're gonna have to go hunt some space whales. How are we feeling crew wise here? When really do, there's like not the dad chaplain, but an added resource for healing just seems vital. But
Could we hire a paladin? Can you do that?
Say that first part again.
Should we hire a paladin? Like, is that? Can you hire paladins?
Considering that.
It depends on, if you're asking me, you can hire. It depends on the paladin. They are all held to different oaths, which require them of different things. Some might be willing to undertake the voyage without the need for pay, other than room and board. Others might indeed require such things. Others might not be interested on principle, or be very interested on principle. Paladins are morally confined.
But you did mention that their certain paladins can't help us heal, so I very much would look to find one that's got a little bit of a passion for this, much like our celestial friend we made. Someone in it for the glory, and also some much needed help. We can look out for that. See what all seems right now ship wise. We need something that can keep up with whales. Well, glory, but
They are, she would say, Kindori are incredibly fast, it is worth saying, but they are friendly if you communicate with them. They are generally peaceful creatures unless provoked.
The more I'm thinking about it, we may not even need much of a ship change for this. You know, and we'll be dealing with pirates potentially because they'll be on their tails as well. But well, thank you for all this. We're gonna find a solution to this. Try our best to.
It is my hope as well. Miss Lune guides your path, and she will bow to you all and return to her clerical duties in the temple.
Want to try and find some paladins to go fishing for us? What do we think, crew?
I She only said that paladins were resistant to diseases. I don't think she said they could cure them.
Anyone can make a religion check if they wish to understand the abilities of a paladin, what they know of them.
17.
I'll do it for fun.
Sure. I'd give advantage to my cleric.
18.
16.
We still don't make the roll because she was with Werner both for so long. Like she might have seen him do stuff.
I got a 21.
Oh my
Nice.
goodness.
I think it's going to be an 11, which is not great, but
So I think pretty much everyone is going. I think anyone who rolled above a 15, so that's most of everybody, will know that the paladins. Actually, I'll give this one to all of you because this is pretty much like the basis of their power. Is in the very beginning they're known for two things. They're known to be great healers of disease, poison, bodily harm, and they're also considered to be like powerful warriors able to call on radiant divine energies to smite their foes. And that is generally what they're considered. Paladins are considered like some of the most powerful warriors out there because they have the ability to, as I said, smite their foes. They're like the right paladin is unmatched in melee combat, and they're just incredibly dangerous and deadly warriors, and they're very capable, much like clerics are, at the curing of ailments and diseases, but obviously not as capable of high-level magics as clerics. So they're the crusaders to the priests. So you would know that a paladin would be quite beneficial. You yourself, chaplain, are similarly as capable. You would have many clerical magics that might help, like purge such a plague. And you're also immune to disease. So, a paladin would be quite capable in such an endeavor. A druid could be as well. They care very much about nature and natural ailments and being healers and such. There are many different classes of individuals that could be capable in this endeavor, but paladin, certainly.
I retract my earlier statement.
We were told too that a lot of people were taking this quest, so there's a chance out there we look for a paladin who also has taken this job. Stars align for us.
I narrow my eyes at the very idea of that.
Worked out for your creation. Think about that. But
I have a great personal interest in fate and destiny, given my faith. I think equally hoping for the best is not recommended, nor especially part of my the ethos of my faith.
Well, that's not what I said now, is it?
You said
I
if the
said maybe
stars align.
if there's a chance. I'm not saying it's the only thing we're doing, but here's what I'm saying. We get 3 days of downtime. In that 3 days of downtime, let's see if we find a paladin that's looking for the jobs. Are those specific enough for you, after it?
Yes, I thought you meant like setting off and just assuming we'd find one midway.
After it, do I look like a child to you?
Guys, I have
That's
another
like,
concern.
That's bad at that. Like, that's like, do you think I'm an idiot? Do you want to know what I've lost for this, after it? Because I can tell you what I've lost, but I'd rather not. So, let's say, let's keep it here. Let's take our downtime, because I very much need it right now. And see if we can find this paladin to help us. Ship-wise, I think our funds can be saved for now. The Kindori aren't going to be violent, and we can handle pirates. So perhaps we can do a quadrant or two for the new for the strike. Just boost up what we can, and in 3 days' time we'll take off and find our whales.
Etheris smiles. Better. Much better.
They're up to your standards, after, and that'll look at everyone else. See if anyone has any questions, comments, concerns.
I have a concern.
Go on then.
I'm sure many people seeing this quest believe that some Kandori will be seen as weakened and take the chance at trying to kill them. I think this is a suggestion. We should do it sooner if possible.
Okay, then. Can we have a 2 days downtime then? I'm fine with that. Or do you guys want to take off tomorrow?
I
Good.
would like. I would like down if we could have downtime would be nice for downtime. A little tiny downtime.
Yeah, you definitely see like he's hiding it. What's your passive insight, Ed?
My passive insight is 11.
Oh, okay, never mind. You see on Celine's face a little bit of like a it's very subtle, but it is a look of like, oh man, like we've been out at sea for a month and we just got here. Like there's a little bit of a look on her face of like, she'd like some downtime.
Mine's an 18, if that helps.
You would notice from Jorn, there's definitely like he hides it very well, but you just catch it. There's a little bit of like a sigh from him, and you can't help but remember that like since he's been back these last 3 days, all he's done is like accounting and managing the crew and like ensuring the sale of the goods and advising the captain. He hasn't had downtime at all. He's been at sea for a month, wanted to leave, got assigned quartermaster, has been working the bone ever since. So the two NPCs are like, yeah, we'd like to just go join for a little bit.
I'll have a quiet word with the captain and just pass that on, a little whisper in his ear, and just let him know.
All right.
Here's why I'm saying we should take some time, Epoxy. Sure, there's competition, there's help, there's a lot of variables, but if we're worse versions of ourselves, we're basically useless out there. You know what I mean? It's not just how you're feeling or how I'm feeling, it's how the crew's feeling. I need Celine to be just as sharp as I am, and if she's a little bit duller, that's a problem. We need to be in our best selves. And even though as I said, I don't think there's anyone else here that's more invested in seeing this through, but I'm not going to send us all to our deaths because I'm afraid of what we might lose in time between. It's at the end of the day, we're still people, so we need to do some normal stuff.
I understand now.
Apophis.
Yes.
Humanoids are squishy and we need squish time.
Squ squish time? What activity does that imply?
It's
Lauren
personal
laughs and
for,
Celine blushes.
it's
Squish
personal
time.
for every squish. She just puts her head down and sits back.
Oh, I understand. Okay.
Speak for
I
yourself.
see everybody. Okay. I get it now.
That's not what I meant, but okay. Not what I
Who said what?
All right, so we'll say at this point the crew resolves itself to take some downtime. Captain, how much downtime are you assigning to the crew? Like 5 days, or a standard 5 days?
Standard 5 days. Just a
5 days.
breather. Try and gather a paladin, try and gather some information on these Kandoris. And also like have some time to fart, like you
Yeah,
haven't
fart
had
around.
ground time. Like it I imagine just being out constantly in space will fuck with us. So basically just that. Because
Yeah.
off the table
Okay.
there are other aspects to the campaign.
Fantastic. So you guys will, yeah, no, you'll hit up some downtime. And while your characters are taking downtime, why don't we do it too? Let's have our break. We'll be back in like 10-ish, 15, whatever minutes feel comfortable. And when we get back, we'll see what everybody decides to do with their time on the Rock of Bral before heading out to cure the Kindori of their plague.
Been real hard to play today because for all the Americans, Biden dropped out, and it's fucking madness right now.
Harris just stepped up to the top of the ticket.
So that was that weird
Like, yeah, no, Biden has actually endorsed her. However, that's for the real world. For
Yeah.
the world we like better, the amulet, that gave an improvement for spell casting, didn't it?
No, that was the brain jar. The amulet gives you a +2 to intelligence saving throws, wisdom saving throws, and detect magic as well. And then the brain jar gives you a +1 to spell save DC, spell attack rolls, and has 3 charges to spend on detect thoughts and modify memory. Both items should be available to look up now as they are homebrewed in. That is the Illithid Brain Jar and the Psionic Amulet. Those are the 2 items, and you can find them in your equipment and look at their features if you want. But I believe the amulet is the only one that you would be able to attune to, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and that's,
You know what? I gotta change it. I'm gonna say that the Illithid thing can be attuned to by psionics as well. So sorcerers, wizards, warlocks, and people capable of psionics. Ah, that's tough. Let me think about it. Let me go take my break and I'll think about it.
it's all good. I just want to make sure I kind of understood.
No problem.
I need more coffee. feel like a zombie. Oh, I put too much sweetener. Oh. Ryan,
Yes.
I have a question about the Selune quest with the celestial whales.
A question about the celestial whales. How can I help?
Is there a certain amount that's linked to this quest, or how's this working?
You said that the plague that is afflicting them is wild space system wide. So this is happening across realm space. This isn't like an isolated incident. It might have been if the quest had been taken earlier, but now it's sort of spread throughout realm space.
We missed our chance to end it quickly, all in all.
But this, if we pull this off, it'll be, we'll get a lot of attention on us, which is good and bad.
That is
Yeah.
also true.
Ooh, people like the Kindori.
Do that, besides, they're so cute.
Oh my
Like-
god. Every time I think about the Kandori, I remember that moment where you just talked about how majestic they were looking, just floating off and right by our ship, and I have like my own perfect memory of it.
Yeah, just get ready because you're about to enter the world of them being plagued and whaled for their spinal fluid, basically. And
I'm gonna be mortified. Me, the player,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be mortified.
yeah, that's the direction this is probably going in.
This is the setting of Spelljammer.
Welcome to being traumatized by real world issues.
I
Wait,
hate
is
it.
that
We're doing taxes in game.
That's what I was
true.
gonna ask. Because I always assume it's like most quests, all the quests are like you come up with them. Is this one like you wrote, like this the Space Whale one? Or
It didn't come from the book, if that's what you mean. It's not like an official.
yeah,
text.
that's what I mean. Yeah, I think
Yeah, the actual spell jamming book only comes with like I considered running it, but it was like I don't know, it wasn't what you guys were going for. You guys wanted this like mercenary feel, and it was that sort of like you're thrown into it was basically like a New Hope kind of in a way. It was like heavily modeled after that, where it's like, oh, you're some bumfuck adventurer walking around the city, and then you're thrown into a great space adventure, and you have to rally the rebellion to stop the bad guys and save the universe. It's like it was not what you guys were.
I was
for.
expecting like a fantasy hero like our other game. This is like the total opposite, and I felt
Yeah, this
terrible.
is just I find it's like sort of a halfway between my Storm Kings game and pretty much all my other ones, where there's like sort of a plot under it, but I'm trying to leave the clues as to where the prophet is, what the prophet's up to, or what they're doing, as vague as possible, so that like you guys can still be mercenaries, but know there's still a problem to be solved. Because like even if this guy unravels the weapon thing, he's gonna have to take time to build it, and that'll take a while. So you guys, you're not. You have a little bit of a clock thing going on, but it's not like any immense time restraint,
We're nowhere near ready for that big fight.
No, and neither is he. Neither is he.
Yeah,
Spoiler
that's
alert,
like,
he's nowhere near.
and because we caught him not early days, but the way like I'm seeing it too. I am kind of having that like weird thing where as touched as I am that people think the Ed plot is cool. I totally was gonna originally have this just as my side thing while we were doing stuff, and now it's like the campaign taken away, and that's like I'm not that guy at all. Like I like like funny guy or dropping some big old fat dice, but I am making sure I earn my role. Like I was.
It just ended up that way. I got starting out the game. I got so many character things that had to do with like secret plans, basically. And then I had Basan who wants this sort of Star Wars theme, and I'm like, how do I not like? How do I not make the Death Star plans? And you know what I mean?
It really is like I full on. I was supposed to just have some cool tattoos for a long ass time, and then somebody would be like, "What did this do?" And Ed's like, "Oh, it blows up planets." I think. Oh. D&D is a very, very interesting game.
I quickly wanted to ask, has everyone gotten their little spotlight and backstory yet? Because I like joined halfway through. As of now, probably
I can tell
later.
you for
Oh, like
I can
drawing?
tell you for
Like,
a
you
fact,
can
I
draw
think
whatever you want. That's
I think it's
awesome.
about 50-50 at this point. I think and even the people who have, like, it's only been a little bit of a dip, and we're gonna continue to explore those.
Ooh, dipping our toes.
I think
Yeah.
the fight on the Malefic ship had a little bit of for everybody. So I think it was just a case of everybody got touched with that. I think
Yeah,
some more
we
than
still got a
others,
lot of.
but
Yeah, no, we still got people here who have things to explore, and fear not, those things will be getting their time in due time. I just need to, I need to, I need to segment it out. Only got so much backstory to throw back at you guys, so I
Oh
need
no,
to,
please
I
make
get-
my
I need a
heart
ration.
wrench. Make
On that
make
subject,
my sorry.
Sorry, no, I wanted I do need to contact our DM sometime this week just to make sure I got stuff good.
The pressure of catheting's too much. What do I do? Cool box.
Aye.
Cool box.
Whoa!
Oh, fortune telling card.
That is so cool.
Cool.
I love a big book.
Everyone likes a big box. All right, let's hop back to it. Let's get back in the zone. Let's get back in the game. All right, so you guys have made no small amount of coin. I will say that they would be very explicit about what the reward is for this contract. It is the blessing of the High Priestess here, which might come in the form of the general blessing on behalf of Selune, maybe the divination that you want, as you said, but like some kind of boon or blessing from their goddess. They said there would probably be like a suitable, some kind of holy relic of some kind, maybe 2 or more, that they will pull from their stores depending on who succeeds and what would be most fitting. And of course, and this wouldn't be part of the quest, but as Ed said, this will probably earn you the goodwill of quite a few spacefaring species as a whole. So those are generally the rewards you could expect. There's not going to be like, they're not going to dump a bag of gold on you. This is a church. Yeah. Okay. So you guys have 5 days of downtime. Hope some of you thought about what you would like to do, because here we go. I'll make it very easy for you about the NPCs. Celine and Jorn kind of disappear. If you want to go find them and hang out with them, that's fine. They're not like going off of being secretive. But Celine hangs out with her mage contacts, gets a drink at the bar, spends some time at home with her cat, you know. And Jorn, he goes and meets some fellow, old drinking buddies and old war buddies, and goes to get some drinks and hangs out and just kind of lets loose for 5 days, kind of. So what would all of you like to do? Who has some ideas? Yes, Mr. Zlace.
so there is 4 people at the moment that I want to go and talk to try and get information, if that's possible.
Information on what specifically?
Well, so there's obviously so I want to speak to Osmata in the docks, to hear if he's heard any movements about Ed's brother, or heard of anything relating to Ed's brother in that sort of way.
And Osmata is your criminal contact, I believe?
Yeah, he's the dock master.
Oh, that's right, he's the dock master. Okay, you go to the dock master, you're going to try and see if he has any news about Ed's brother. Make me a investigation or an insight check to see if you can hear of any news regarding anyone by the name of George. not including Ed.
Right,
That filter.
investigation or insight.
Yes, those are the two.
That'll be a 19 insight.
That is very good. Unfortunately, this is a very difficult situation or a difficult information you're trying to be find. You're trying to find someone who's actively hiding from the known world. You look around, you hear some information floating around about Ed, and they're like, "Oh, I heard he's a captain of a new ship, and oh, I heard there's an attack with the New Dawn," but no information about anyone else who goes by the name of Jord. You get the sense that, like Ed said, this guy's in hiding. If you want to find him, it's probably going to have to be like an active search rather than just rumors.
So on that route of questioning, I want to go to the Happy Beholder and speak to the barman, but I forgot to write his name down, or I couldn't find his name.
No problem. His name is Luigi.
Luigi.
That's right. Luigi the Beholder.
How can I forget that?
Yes.
Okay, you go to the Happy Beholder. You see many people drinking, having a good time, enjoying themselves. You probably see Forkbeard off there somewhere. Jordan's out there drinking somewhere in the bar, and Luigi's floating around. He says, welcome to the bar. Is there anything I can do? Get a seat. I'll get you some food. Anything I can do for you?
So I'll buy a drink and throw an extra gold down as well, and then ask him for whether he's heard of any people in the bar talking regarding someone that resembles our Captain Ed hiding out anywhere, or someone's looking for him, and any leads that they have.
Got it. I'm gonna roll for his level of knowledge. See, where's Luigi? Oh, I deleted his thing. That's fine. Let me see if I can't find anything, or he can find anything. Let me roll a little check for him. I'm very sorry. I've heard of the Ed Jord. I haven't heard of anybody else by that name. I could, but hey, if you want, I can always try and keep my ear to the ground for you.
That would be very grateful. Thank you. And I'll slip in another couple of gold for his trouble.
All right, he'll happily take that. He says, "Excellent. Well, I'll do all the listening I can, and I'll let you know when I see you next."
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Next one on the list is Benthera in the marketplace.
Yep, Thedera. You find Thedera in the marketplace. You want to ask her the same question?
No. So with her, I want any new local news or big happenings, and also there was quest regarding. Let me pull it up because I had it already. Put it up. It was the Druid on Brawl. So he requests help on rescuing a Dryad kidnapped by a Minotaur. Whether he knows of whether that's being done or completed, or whether that's still open, and any local news of interest.
Got it. Thar will tell you that unfortunately that has been closed and dealt with this last month. It says, but yeah, if you're looking for some work on the shadier side of the world, there's no shortage of things. If you're looking for news, I could tell you, and she'll tell you some things, but I think one thing that'll pop up to you most certainly is that apparently prices on the black market for the black market prices for Kandori bone marrow have gone up. They've almost doubled this last month. And says, yeah, something's going on with them. They're sort of people are saying they're dying out, and people who go looking for them aren't heard from again. Their ships are just kind of, I don't know, sometimes caught up. They're there's some rumor about some disease or something going around the Rock of Bral. So it's getting harder and harder to find them, and it's getting harder and harder to actually get their bone marrow back to port. So people are so price is going up. So if you find any Kindori, you know, and you got the right equipment, you got the right people, you feel confident, take one out, take its bone marrow, you can sell it for quite a pretty penny.
Okay. Thank you very much. And the last one I want to speak to is Marion Sandyford. Just to see, well, two things. Obviously, we've got a few days downtime. Is there any jobs that he needs doing within those few days? And has he got any cargo that he wants to get moved? We are off to Saloon. What's the planet? What's the planet the high that we're going to for the space blade?
I didn't think there was a specific planet you guys were, unless you guys had all decided amongst yourself there's a specific planet you wanted to go to.
I didn't know whether there was or not. Okay, so I'll just see whether he's got any cargo that needs shifting.
He says yes and yes. You know that we're always trying to move cargo. We've always got work here locally. If you wanted to try your hand with another job, Zalace, it's had a little bit of a run of bad luck, but maybe Timora's on your side this time. Who knows?
Well, yeah. We've had a few issues. That's true. But I believe that we're in a good position at the moment. So if you do have something you want moved, I'm pretty sure we can be accommodating.
Absolutely. So with that, we could go to the crime downtime thing again if you want to try and earn some personal coin. And you know, that could be framed however you want. He's got any number of jobs for you. So if you want to do some smuggling work or some straight up thieving or whatever you want, what do you have an interest in? What kind of end of the crime spectrum?
I think all over it, whatever you've got. No, so for the 5-day downtime, I'll go for a couple of medium jobs and most probably one heavy job.
Got it. So if you say that you want to do, and he says he's got a little bit of everything, so he'll say, well, why don't you do some smuggling? We took some goods off this one merchant. No one's struggling, but he's well-to-do with himself, and we just need those goods moved over the next couple days if you'd be willing. And so we will go to that 5-day downtime. He's going to cover your expenses for the job. And I need you to make me some checks, my friend, at the end of the 5 days to see how well it goes. I need you to start with a stealth check, please.
Okay. So that's so I had a 14 and a natural 20 plus a 9.
This is just a straight roll. There's no advantage here.
I've got advantage on stealth.
Oh, right. You got the cloak. Okay. You are super stealthy. Absolute success, of course, on a nat 20 easily. So that's one success to you, my friend. Next, I need an investigation. Oh, no, I need a thieves' tools check. Make me a dexterity-based thieves' tools check, please.
That is a 16, sorry. Had it the wrong way around. 16.
A 16, you are an 18, okay. You're picking locks, you're doing a good job. Things are working out for you. The tumblers are working just fine on the goods they need. Sort of like the thieving's already been done. You just need to like find your way over to the facility quietly, pick the lock so that they can transfer the goods out of the old boxes. Things are going great. Now I just need you to roll me an investigation, a perception, or a deception. It is your choice. Perception, investigation, deception.
I'm just seeing, yeah, okay. So it'll be deception I'll go with.
All right.
Here we go. That's a 7.
7 total.
Yeah.
All right. You get caught up once where like you're leaving from the place where you've done the work and you've helped with the work, where you hit the tumblers and moved the goods and got in and out very stealthily. And you just like by no problem of your stealth, by like bad luck, some of the this merchant who has been stolen from, he's like roaming around the streets with these guards, and he like comes up to you and he starts like shouting at you and he says, do you I know something is going on in this jet. Do you know anything? Blah, blah, blah. And just starts like yelling at you, and you're like a little caught off guard and you don't manage to like lie perfectly. And he's like, I don't believe a word you're saying. And he sort of goes running around the district. But though he does not believe you and it does focus his search, you are certainly stealthy enough that he doesn't catch on. It gets in the way of production a little bit, but the job still goes off well. And they will provide you with a half payment because you weren't able to sort of get around that. Some people almost got caught. Maybe one person did get caught. So everybody got a little bone on the job, but you will make 50 gold pieces by then.
Right.
And he goes, there you go. Now I'm talking. Some luck's turning your way. Things are getting into your direction. Come back for a couple more jobs, and sure enough, we'll be up to something, poaching off some more noble types, huh?
Okay. So what about ship cargo movements?
Yeah, cargo moving. Yeah, I move cargo all over realm space. Is there some specific planet that you wanted to do some moving from?
Well, we're most probably going to want a job that is going to take us to maybe a couple of different places. If you've got something going, because we're going to go and try and help out to the space whales. So we're going to be moving about a bit, I would imagine.
All right. How much cargo space does your ship got?
Oh crap! Hold on.
And you could tell him 20 times. It's okay. I'm not gonna.
So I was just bringing up the ship stats. Yeah. 20 ton of cargo.
20 tons. Okay, let me think. Going to a lot of different places. Are you going towards the sun or away from the sun? If I know that, I can be a little more specific for you. I don't have to bounce all over.
Okay, I'll come back to you once we have a plan of where we're going, and I'll let you know.
All right. You come back to me, and just as you know, the closer the planet, the less pay. Further the planet, the more pay you'll get. So you let me know.
Thank you very much, man.
Absolutely. So we'll come back to you at the end of the work week, and you guys can sort of check in on those jobs. Fantastic. Who has something for their downtime? Apoxy, I saw your hand first. What would you like to do with your downtime here on the Rock of Bral? You're muted.
I want to be very quick about it and just look for armor that can fit my needs, or more
Certainly.
like make a new skin for me.
Yeah, you can have someone make new skin for you. You're like, can you make me new skin? They're like, wow, that's really weird to ask. Really weird way you said that.
Make
But
me new
yes.
skin.
You're like, okay. So tell me what kind of skin you'd like. Do you have any in mind for what kind of skin you'd like? Heavy,
Specifically,
medium?
armor, half plate.
Half plate. All right. So as a reminder, when you are unarmored as a barbarian, you take your con and your dex modifiers and add them up plus 10 for your AC. When you put on armor, I just want to help you out pick the best armor you got, and this person will help you out too. What's your dex modifier?
My dex modifier is +1.
Okay, fair enough. And what is your con modifier?
+3.
3. So absolutely half plate would raise your AC, certainly. He would say, all right, I can make you some half plate. If you want, I can make you some breastplate. It would still enhance your current AC, but you wouldn't be disadvantaged for stealth, and it would be cheaper. So which one would you like?
Difficult.
400 gold for the breastplate,
Oh,
750 for the
breastplate.
half
I
plate.
don't have that gold yet.
All right, I'll make you some breastplate. I can make it for you custom. No problem. I'll have it done for you by the end of the 5 days. Is there any sort of specific styles you want me to incorporate?
Hmm. Surprise me.
Sort of looks you up and down and goes, "Okay, I'll try and do something that makes you happy." And we'll begin to forge for you breastplate. That is indeed going to be, since it's custom, it's going to
Wait,
be a
sorry.
little, yeah.
Um, we got paid, right? I don't think I got the amount for myself. If we have been paid.
We have, but I don't think we've sorted out.
We haven't split it yet.
We haven't split it yet.
You guys
What
want
do
to
you
do that
need?
now? Because that might inform what people want to do.
We were supposed to do that too. We're supposed to like split up monies.
Yeah. Okay. So let's split that up. You guys made 32,725 gold pieces. How would you like to distribute that?
Oh my god.
Well,
I honestly just need.
I don't think we
hold
made
on.
32 because we didn't sell the Shrike in the end.
That is fair. You did not sell the Shrike in the end. So that
Yeah,
would have been
17,725, I believe.
okay. There
And
you
we
go.
can sell those 2 magic items, I guess. Not the ring. Ring is for cap.
And about those, sorry, I was thinking about it on the break. I'm gonna swap some of the features to make it make a little bit more sense. Sorry, I just gotta open up those items real quick.
Okay,
Just
so
forever.
Cash, obviously we're going to need to upgrade some of the ship stuff. Yeah?
Yeah.
So how much do you want to keep aside for that?
Oh,
Well,
sorry, are you?
as far as the ship upgrades go, for us looking for Kandori, we don't really need to upgrade the ship now. I am on my downtime. I'm gonna try, if I roll well, to cook up some ideas to add. Like I'm gonna I can show my hand here. I'm gonna roll for the try and create the schematics for the quadrants to the Mangolin, and thinking about a little bit of a speed boost idea. I was also playing around with like giving the ship some bird legs to turn it into like water skis. But I don't know, that's just
I could
that
set this off for later if
Yeah.
it's
So
gonna complicate it at the moment.
we'll stick with you. No, it's okay. So I get everybody has ideas and things they want to do, but as you guys separate to go do all of those things, do you hand out gold to the crew? Do you guys all
sure.
distribute the gold? Yeah, okay. So how much
people
gold
are
is
gonna get
everyone
paid
getting?
before downtime. So yeah, they'll for sure get paid.
Yeah, so how much gold is everybody getting to go play with?
How much do you need?
Do you want to do? Sorry, not.
I do need just about everything I've got and 410 gold pieces.
Okay. So I'll tell you what, if you're thinking about maybe giving 200 each to everybody, give mine to a box.
Got here. Ed will give it fairly. Above the table. I don't know what the math you want to do here.
It's just a group decision how you want to distribute it. I could recommend you say that you guys keep the
Some sort of house.
15,000 for the ship purposes, and then everything else gets distributed amongst the party. If you want to do it
That's
that way.
fine.
That sounds good.
Okay, so that would be you guys would have 2,725. There's 6 of you, so
2,000.
that would be 454 gold pieces to everybody. And that would leave oh, hang on. Sorry.
Yeah, that's not right.
That's
It
not right.
doesn't.
That's not right at all. Hang on. Sorry.
Doesn't split evenly.
Wait
Does
a
not split
minute.
evenly. Plus 400 plus 5 equals
Should be somewhere a little over 1,100 apiece.
6 is 454.
Oh,
and
it's
then-
literally it's literally 454 each with 1 gold left over.
Yeah. Yeah, with 1 gold piece left over. So 454 gold to everybody and 1 gold left over. And that leaves 15,000 for the party level.
So 450 gold, and that's it.
454.
454. Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, I can. Yeah, I could just spend my own money for this half plate.
And captain, since you're captain, you get paid that extra 1 gold piece as appreciation for your crew for leading them so well.
So
give you a tip.
455?
You'll get the 455, everyone else will get the 454, and we'll start usual. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we did it. Now, Epoxy, would you like to purchase your
Half plate. Yes, I would.
half plate? We're going all the way up to half plate. Fantastic. It's going to take a while if you want it custom, because they're going to have to build it fresh. They say, I can get you the breastplate done in 5 days. Half plate, that's going to take me,
Whichever will be quickest.
I'll take me 15 days. However, if you want to pay a little extra, I can have it done for you by the end of the 5 days.
Oh my goodness. How much more will that extra be?
Well, I would ask for another 12 gold pieces for my labor regardless. If you want to put another 30 gold down, I can have it done by the end of the week. Or as I hire a couple of extra people on to help me make it quicker.
So standard, it will be
So standard, it's 700
762.
That yes,
That's-
sorry, so that's 12. And then 12 times. Oh, so an extra 20. So if you want to pay out an extra 24 gold pieces, I can have it done for you in 5 days. So 762 or 700. I guess that would be 86.
62. 762.
Yeah, 762 to have it done by the end of the 5 days. And 762 to have it done in 15 days.
I'll do the 15 days.
15
I'll
days,
let
okay.
you- I will give you the extra. Tell me what it is, and I'll give you it.
It's an extra
Fine.
24 gold pieces.
Right, I'll give you that.
All right,
Thank you.
Just to get it
Incredible.
done and out of the way.
there we go. All right, and he goes, "All right, well, what a nice master you have here, huh? He's making sure you're well equipped."
I'm not a master.
Any-
She's a
no,
Thank
you're-
you, master.
Because dynamics up to you. I'm gonna go build armor, and he's gonna go make you your armor. And at the end of the 5 days, Epoxy, he presents you because you're like surprise me. So he presents you this half plate armor.
I did say
with-
standard to make it the quickest, and yes, I did say surprise me as well. So
Yeah, so he put a little in there. So basically, what he made for you is a half plate, which it looks like the actual breastplate. It looks like a rib cage as it goes down. Basically, it has these like bars of like steel that sort of like form into this like rib cage design that goes like all the way down to your hips, and then it has like the plating over the side, but everything is like sort of warped to make it look like bone. Like basically gives you the half plate, the shoulder. There's a cool word for it. The gauntlet, whatever. I'll call it the gauntlet. The gauntlet definitely has like it's a full plated gauntlet, but it's got like these strips down the middle that make it look like claws that go like right up between your fingers. Same thing with the boots.
you've surprised me well.
Oh, good. I gotta sort of like.
Sorry, I
robot
can't show it on
beast.
my face, but I
know,
am
yeah.
ecstatic.
Use your
that
emotion
is-
wheel.
Yeah, what is your emotion
yeah.
wheel? Get out your emotion
Ah.
wheel.
have to dig down into my chest, my rib cage.
That was
Where
the
is
best
it?
idea I ever had. Was the
All
slow
right.
motion wheels.
Flips it to happy.
He goes, "Oh, good. That's actually very helpful. It's actually very helpful."
Wait, I
Combat,
think I have
bro.
excited. There we go.
Oh, that's great. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad you enjoyed my work. Yeah, tell your friends about me. Yeah, good luck.
Oh,
I hope you protect you.
If you want, real quick, you could just trademark it right under this rib cage.
Oh, I always do. And he'll point and he'll show like on the various pieces where he's made his maker's mark, like on the back of the plate.
What initials does he put? What's his name?
What is his name? The initials. It's not initial. It's more like an insignia stamp of like the sign outside the front. It's basically like a. It's like tongs and a hammer crossed in front of an anvil. And the shop's called that. Let me see if I can't find you a name for this place. It's called the Smith's Coster.
Smith's Coster. Okay, this is wonderful. I will be coming back.
Glad to hear it. Come back to the Smith's Coster anytime. For anything you need, weapons, armor, firearms, anything you require.
Cheers.
Cheers. Incredible. Was there anything else
Drink.
you want to do, Apoxy?
If there's some heavy lifting work I can do, I need to get my money back.
If you want to just do some like odd jobs around the rock, you can do that.
Give me the heaviest odd jobs.
All right, make me an athletics check. Let's see if you can live up to your.
May I add my my rage to this?
I'm afraid not because
Okay,
you're not
okay.
in a combat situation. So.
Oh no, it's not the best roll, but athletics, you said?
That's
16.
right. 16. I always forget to charge you guys lifestyle expenses, so I will be doing that at the end of this downtime. But in the meantime, no. So Apoxy, you are going to make. You work really well, and they're going to pay you as a skilled laborer for the amount of strength you have, and they're going to pay you 2 gold pieces for each day that you worked, which was 5 days. So you're going to be the proud recipient of 10 gold pieces.
Better than nothing.
There you go. Okay, fantastic. Moving right along. Actually, I'll hit those now. Apoxy, what kind of lifestyle do you intend to live during these 5 days?
I've been living squabble.
You're going to live squalidly. You live in a leaky stable, a muddy-floored hut.
I'm just waiting inside to the side of the door of Chaplin's comedy club.
Yeah, you just like stand outside. That's terrible. With the like leaky roof and everything going on. As you're
soon.
living just abysmally, your employer at the end of the day says, "I got to say, you're remarkably strong, and I'm sorry that you're living on the streets in the way that you are. I hope I'm paying you enough. But listen, if you're looking to like, are you wanting to make your way? Are you wanting to live a little bit better of a life?"
Oh, trust me, I love experiencing the natures of the world. I was born about 2 months ago.
Oh, you do like sort of so you're like a naturalist. You like enjoy survival of the fittest and all of that kind of.
Yes.
You're gonna look both ways, and you'll lean in real close to you, and you say, Have you ever heard of Baphomet?"
Baphomet?
Yes, the Horn King, the Lord of Hunters, Dark Lord of Slayers, the Master of the Hunts.
I have not. This is the first time hearing of him.
Do you wanna know more? You wanna come to a little meeting?
Indulge me.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. And Apoxy, on the last night of your work, you get brought to this like meeting. They put a bag over your head and everything, so you don't know where you're going. But they bring you to this like this like
Uh,
basement where there's like candles lit around. Everyone's in dark black robes, and they've
I
got
I don't breathe.
well, it's to make sure you don't know where you're going. You know,
Oh,
yeah, yeah. But they bring you to this basement where they've got like pentagrams on the wall, and there's like candles lit everywhere, and everyone's in these like black robes, and there's this altar where there's this like there's this idol of this like black ivory entity that has like a goat head with massive round horns, bearing like bearing breasts in a masculine body with like a pentagram right in the heart and like hooves, and is like basically positioned like this. It's like you
boss.
realize you're in the middle of like a demon cult. You're like you've accidentally been gotten yourself invited to like a demon cult.
What is the meaning of this?
But well, this is Baphomet, who's the Lord of Hunters. We're all about the strongest, the fittest survive. Those who are the most cunning and the most vicious in
Oh,
nature deserve to live and deserve to be the most powerful. So I mean, you're very
is this
strong. I
his
think Baphomet could
test
do
of
well for you.
strength?
And he tests all of his hunters. Baphomet only respects those who are able to bring the blood of the weak and cull the weak for him.
I see, but what benefit will this gain me? I'm
Baphomet has
just
many powers to grant. He has warlocks even. Very powerful. He can grant magic powers. He can grant magical items. He has many gifts and boons to grant his most powerful hunters.
right. So do I have to partake in this ritual, or is this gonna be forced upon me?
Well, we're not going to force nothing upon you. I mean, if you say that you're not into it, we'll probably kill you. Because you've seen our faces. You're in the basement. I hope you understand. But if you decide to take part, then you can kill people in the name of Baphomet, and he'll
How
give
many
you
people are in
rewards for your
here?
great hunts. What do you say?
How many people are in here?
There's like 12 people, maybe like 13, including the guy who brought you here. There's like a bunch of them.
I would have most probably followed her, and I did roll a stealth check.
I'm gonna
This
say you're
is
busy
on a
doing
whim.
your. I'm gonna say you're busy doing work. Unfortunately, you're doing your crime. I'll say the
I-
same night that you're doing your business, she's down here in this culty basement.
I don't want to be disassembled, so let's get this over with.
All right, fantastic. And they start going like, "Is more Maria and they start like doing this whole ceremony and everything. You're like, and at one
I
point
don't
they're
like
like,
this.
they bring you like a goblet. They're like, drink the blood of the weak.
I down it.
And they're like, yeah, and they like applaud, and like, and they take you to this whole ceremony, and they tell you about Baphomet, and they talk, and they seem friendly enough, but they just seem really interested.
This
They
is
say,
really
so,
strange.
so they go, so listen, all you got to do if you want to pay homage to the Prince of Beasts is, kill those weaker than you. You don't, it's survival of the fittest and all. Kill them in his
I
name. Yeah.
lean closer to him. Are you weaker than me? Can I do intimidation?
And at that point, as you say that, and he kind of like has like a moment, all the other cultists look at that guy as if he's like they realize that maybe he's not so strong. Make me an intimidation check. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, please. What? All right, I got a 16 again.
He's like, I'm more of like a recruiter, like I do a little fighting here and there, but I don't think I should. And the other cultists look at you, Apox, and they go, call the weak, call the weak, call the weak, call the weak. And they start like cheering for you to like basically kill this guy. He's like, wait, no. And he's just like realizing the cult's turned on him.
Well, I can't back out of this, and I just,
Kill him?
I kill him.
You kill him in the name of Baphomet? Do you say like for Baphomet and like kill him?
For Baphomet!
You stick your hand through his chest and rip out his still beating heart, and and he drops dead on the ground in the middle of the pentagram. Everyone's like, ah! And they all like sort of celebrate, and They bring you over another cup of
I
blood
take
to
a step
drink, his
further and
blood.
I eat the heart too.
Everyone's applauding and celebrating. And you are going to be blessed by Baphomet for culling the weak. True as they say, he is going to reward you for your for performing this most unholy deed.
This is the strangest thing I've done.
Weird college times.
And I've seen things.
Give me a moment here. I'm going to give you a little boon on behalf
Oh
of
no.
Baphomet, the King of
A
Beasts.
boon?
Yeah, you're gonna get a little power up because you've culled the weak on his on his altar of evil, and he's happy with it.
Okay. I guess I sent him into his version of reverie.
Yeah, this is entirely reverent to his way, you know. Sorry,
May
I
the
just gotta.
beast within eat you whole.
I like the idea of like Apoxy's just like thrust into this cult and is like into it though. It's like it's pretty good.
I drink blood. That's like part of my deal.
Oh, you were already into that. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, the first fight I got into, I was like gnawing away at that monster we fought.
Excellent. This is great. This is just great. I'm really happy that we can all come together in the name of Baphomet. Okay, here we go. He's gonna provide you with a demonic boon. Are you ready?
I'm my body's ready. I hear the blood all over me. Ah, yes.
Ooh, okay. He is going to start. Actually, I'll have you roll. I'm gonna have you roll to decide which one you get.
Ooh, do I
1, 2,
roll
3,
twice?
4. Roll me a d4.
Okay. Red dice for the blood gods. I got a 3.
He is going to grant you a new feature called Unerring Tracker. As a bonus action,
What?
you can magically create a psychic link with one creature you can see. And for the next hour, as a bonus action, this creature learns the current distance and direction, or you learn the current distance and direction to that target if it is on the same plane of existence. The link ends if that creature is incapacitated, if you're incapacitated, or if you use this ability on a different creature. So basically, it allows you to like track and stalk your prey unerring. And I will send you the feature in Facebook,
shoot.
and I will make this feature for you.
I'm so confused, but I'm all for it.
You hear this sort of, as he's dying, you sort of hear this demonic whisper in your ear, this, and then you feel this boon placed upon you, and now know that you are, if you ever saw someone that you wanted to track and kill, there was no escaping you any longer.
Oh, this feels like a revenant thing.
It is kind of a revenant thing. But
Oh
you have
my
gained this
goodness.
demonic boon. Congratulations.
This is
And then they let you out, and they're like, "Hey, like, come back if you want to, like,
you know
you want
what?
to come hang out, get some more
Yeah.
demonic boons, you know? Yeah, all right, cool. All
I
right,
have
and with
so many
that,
bonus actions.
yeah, so you've been granted the Unerring Tracker demonic boon, and if you continue to serve Baphomet loyally, he will grant you more demonic powers.
Maybe this can be useful.
I have turned you to evil, and it's great. Okay.
Does
What's your
it-
alignment, by the way?
It's a lawful neutral.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fair.
I'm abiding by a law of a god. Does that? Okay?
This is no god. Don't worry about that. This
Oh,
isn't a god.
no god.
But anyway, certainly the most interesting so far as far as downtime's gone. Who else
I had
has
this
stuff they
one
want?
night where I just got bagged and took it to a weird room, and I joined the cult all of a sudden.
Mostly this is to do with the items we got. First thing I want to do is, since Zalace is MIA doing crime, I'll give the amulet to Isan. Psionic. So
Yes, so I wanted to say something really quick about those. I've been thinking about it, and I think I'm going to do a little swapperoo with them. I'm going to say that the psionic amulet now grants the +1 bonus to spell attack rolls and spell save DC, and I'm going to swap the +2 intelligence wisdom save bonus to the brain jar instead. So I'm just
In
going to
that case, I'll
swap.
give them the. I'll give Bizarre the jar then.
Okay. Yeah, that's all.
Disan wants no thank you.
In that case, I shall hang on.
Yeah,
I
no,
will hang on to the jar instead then.
Okay, you hang on to the jar. Do you want to propose the amulet to her once more?
I would if she were a caster.
Well, the amulet is for psionic people, and she is psionic.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess I'll offer the amulet then, just as like a token offering of look, you do the brain thing.
All right, so it offers you this psionic amulet. It does indeed have some mind flare runes on it, however, in deep speech Masan, but far more attunable to your sort of thing.
that makes sense.
Yeah, I was just looking at the bonuses, and just figured it made more sense this way. Okay.
Does that mean you're taking it, Basa?
With a
Okay.
thank you.
As far as the ring is concerned, I want to attune to it first. Because
Okay.
there was mention of a soul inside.
Yeah. Okay. So you spent some time, you attuned to it. Lucky for you, it's not cursed, as far as you know. And you attune to it, and you slip it on your finger.
Do I like as soon as I attune to it? Do I just know that there's some that the soul is occupied?
Yes.
I begin to pray to Hecate.
Okay. Fun. I love dark shit.
My lady, I beg you will use your power to eliminate this soul from this ring. May this be an offering for whatever you wish.
Sacrifice this soul. Make me a. Are you proficient with religion?
Yes.
Make me a proficient wisdom check.
Okay, I'll roll the d20. Jeez, it's not rolling it. Okay, that is 22.
22.
Yep.
The ring, just the top where the brain is, there's sort of like almost like a spark of purple flame that almost like shoots out and almost like circles back into itself and then disperses. In every direction, you feel this sort of wisp on the wind. It's sort of like at the edge of your hearing, but it's almost like a scream on the wind, and the soul is no longer within the ring.
Excellent. I then take the ring off, unattune to it, and I offer it to the captain.
Okay, fantastic.
It's good. It's good. I'm flattered, by the way. Thank you.
Should shield your mind from any mental tampering. And crucially, well, should the worst happen to you, this ring will perhaps give the potential for it not to be the true end.
What? It's horrifying as that sounds in many levels. I see its purpose. And I thank you. Sorry about raising my voice and stuff.
Oh, no problem at all.
No. Yeah, you're right to be curious and demand firm action. You just got here as a result of, perhaps some, undecided action, so it's fair. Later on, in a couple days, we I'll find you and we look around for a paladin.
Absolutely, and understand that I acknowledge the kind of pressure you're under, particularly as leadership has been thrust upon you. But I am a follower of a goddess of fate and destiny. She sees the many branching paths of the future, and I know that the more uncertainty introduced into any future plans, the more potential for branching there is. If there is a set destiny you wish for, then you must ensure that nothing can derail the path you wish to walk.
Well, like I said, when it's said for you and Basan to work under Thorn, there's a reason for it. I respect you, respect your lady in her own twisted way, and I understand we're all focused on the right task here. So, thanks.
You've made it clear that your goal is to amass allies, and I think that is a worthy path to walk. So I shall adjust my own way of thinking towards this goal.
Well, actually, something about that specifically is a lot of these allies out there. If I foresee you being there when we either secure them or don't. You know, I'm not my way around words is very bad. I hide behind my work all my life, so it you're gonna be very very vital to this succeeding. You know, so
An ambassadorial role, you might say. Well, in
yeah.
that case, out of if we're to remain within realm space for now, I think it might be worth a visit to Collier, I think.
All right. In a way, I was gonna say you should maybe map out this voyage we're all about to go in, and he says Toliar.
Yeah. If we ever are feeling as if we wish to take jobs or acquire allies beyond the rock.
Of course. I'll be on the list. I as well.
As far as our current task, with the time I have left, I'll see if I can't help find a paladin, and maybe I'm confident in some of my own powers of healing, though depending on the extent of the plague, I may come up short.
It's the other reason why I've focused on paladin is they've a presence to them, and if we're gonna lead the charge in finding this cure and whatnot. It'd be nice to have that presence with us. I think it'd be beneficial to those we're helping out, and also beneficial against any we might have to fight.
I agree. There are a great many benefits to having a paladin. Just be warned, paladins are strictly bound to their oaths. So, if I take, for example, as a lace who maybe has a flair for the criminal, they may butt heads.
Absolutely. I trusted your judgment and scouting, so hopefully you get a good leg up on that. I'm going to be in my quarters doing a little bit of study work for a few days here, but I'll be about.
Understood.
Thanks again. Yeah, great.
Okay.
I'll use whatever's left of my time to see if I can't hunt down a paladin.
Okay. Make me an investigation or insight check.
We'll go with insight. That's my better stat. That is 19.
Okay. 19. Oh, you're gonna find a couple. All right. I'm just taking a look around. See who I've got here. Okay, you're gonna find a number of them. What was the number again? Total number?
19.
Okay, 19. You are going to first and foremost find Sir Galen Brightblade. He is a very sort of typical human you'd expect. He's a human in shining armor. He is known for his unwavering commitment to justice and the protection of the innocent. Yeah, and that's kind of why he wants to help out, because he knows that they need help, and he's an oath of devotion guy, and that's kind of his deal. So he would be, and if you talk to him, he said that he'd be willing to undertake this journey so long as the crew that he would be journeying with had strong moral values and dedication to justice and compassion. Those would be his terms of joining. Like the laughter, the general laughter.
Right after I joined a cult.
Yeah, maybe keep that under wraps.
You would also find a Dame Lara Moonshadow, who is half elven paladin. She is a worshipper of Selune. Her last name being designation of that. Moonshadow often used among priests. But anyway, Alira grew up in the Feywild, and she is very into the balance of nature and the importance of balancing nature, protecting the natural world, so on and so forth, and would love the opportunity to protect majestic beings within their natural habitats. She seems to be a rather sort of like a compassionate, wise individual, calm and collected, nurturing. And she would remark that she wanted a crew that respects nature and seeks the preservation and balance of life. And those are the things that she would value, and those would be those would be the morals that she would require to be around to perform her task properly.
Out of the two, I would say Allura Moonshadow seems like the best.
And what did you roll one more time? I just want to give you all your options. What did you roll?
19.
19. So you get one more, just in case someone speaks to you. Yeah. The last one you find this dwarf named Barrock Ironfist, who is a paladin of the Oath of Vengeance. He is a seasoned warrior who was famed to have fought countless evils and prevailed in his lifetime. He claimed his oath when his clan was decimated by dark forces, and he sternly believes that the corruption of Celestials was some evil done upon the land, and he would seek to bring vengeance to whatever has harmed these great beasts. And what he would ask of your crew is that a crew that is focused and determined and willing to do whatever it takes to eliminate the threat to the Kandori without distraction. So he wants conviction out of the crew. And those are your three choices.
Okay, I'm gonna jettison Brightblade immediately. That's never gonna work, particularly with this crew. No way, not a chance.
Right.
With Ethelred's experience with the crew thus far, I think Barrack Ironfist is the absolute perfect mark for Chaplin to do terrible pranks on him, and he'll get really upset and pissed off. So Also, maybe
Salome?
maybe a little bit intense. Just a smidge too intense.
Yeah, he's
It's like
pretty
whoa,
intense. He's like,
dudes.
he's
Chill,
basically like,
dudes.
yeah, and he would tell you like in the interviews, like, when I bring myself to a mission, I follow it all the way through, and I do it with determination and exacting vengeance. And if your crew cannot stand for that, if your crew is distracted by side
Oh, he
objectives
started
and
his
wayward
interview.
missions and things coming along your path, then I will not stand for it. If we are to do this, we are to be focused. We are to have conviction and do anything by any means necessary to save these whales. Yeah, he's a
I like
super
this
intense
guy.
guy. Joel.
I admire your conviction, sir. I have one question. How do you feel about goats?
The goats. Well, I prefer beef, but I'll take it.
No, I mean, we'll be in touch.
What?
Fair
enough. Fair enough.
I go with Allura Moonshine. It seems like the most,
Oh my god.
the least likely to hate us in the future.
And she goes, well, this is just going to be so great. I can't wait to save the whales. Whales, Kindori, beautiful creatures, lovely. Have you seen any older ones? To think of what things they've seen, the wisdom they must have. It would be such a shame if there was no Kindori in realm space anymore. Could you imagine?
Oh, I quite agree. We saw some on our way back from a mission. I wasn't on the way there. I can't remember. I think it was on the way there.
On the way.
Yeah, on the way there. And the way their eyes flash as they
I
communicate. It's
know. How
very
many creatures do you
impressive.
know communicate with sight? Isn't it beautiful? It's just so unique and beautiful. They're just magnificent creatures, inspiring, really.
Yes, well, I think particularly given your faith in Saloon, I think this is the perfect job for you. This was a job commissioned by your church.
Oh, thank you so much. And I'm just very excited. And just to be very clear, your crew, they're not like, I don't know, they care about nature, right? Like, I'm not going to go there and someone's
Do
going
I
to be
sound like that?
do you sound like that? Because, like, to
Well-
be clear, like, my oath means, like, I've got to protect nature and preserve life and light. Is your crew going to get in the way of that?
I can't imagine so. I mean, if anything, you might like it. We have a rather interesting and maybe a humorous cleric who is capable of conjuring some illusory animals. So you may find that you have some animal companions with you aboard that change day by day.
I love animals. In case you hadn't noticed or didn't guess, I love animals. There's not enough animals in wild space. This is going to be great.
And certainly
And-
our intent with this quest is to cure this plague fully.
Amazing. And she'll just sort of, yeah, be really happy and like really like this is gonna go great. This is gonna go well. And she'll join your crew, and she will say, "Oh, all I would ask and request is, actually, what level are you guys, really quick?
6.
6.
6.
6. All right, give me a second. I just want to check something
Adam,
on
if
her
you
really
like to level
quick.
up,
Just need to check something super quick to see about her requirements as her being a part of this crew. Yeah. Oh, yeah, she can't do that yet. Just say, all I would ask is for provisions and somewhere to sleep. That's all I would really ask for. I don't. I think that the journey and the task is important enough that I don't think I would require gold. I just want to see the Kindori saved.
That can absolutely be arranged. We have more than enough space for you to join us, room and board.
Yay. And she'll wander and find her way to the ship and introduce herself to everybody with like long flourishing bows and excited. And she goes like, "This is such a great quest," and she'll be like, like and she'll just be like super
Can I do
happy.
intimidation? No, I'm kidding. I have blood all
she's-
over my body.
And she'll, yeah, no, but yeah, we'll see how everyone gets along with the half elf Dame Alara Moonshadow, Knight of the Ancients, and Salune herself. Okay, that's very
Nice.
cool. Good job, Epic.
Woohoo.
Last but not last quite yet, but we have Chaplain and George. What do you two want to do with your downtime? Oh wait, Basan. Of course, Basan. Sorry, we'll get to you.
Mine are just going to be a bunch of tinker checks trying to come up with schematics. If you have something faster, Chaplain, you can do that.
I'm sorry.
With you.
Yeah.
I'll just
no, go
stick
ahead.
with you. Yeah, because if they're just rolls, then we can peel through those pretty quick. So let's do those right now. So you want to make a number of designs. Tell me which one is the one you're most excited about, or you would want to start.
The one I'm like wanting to start with is actually it's the Basan suggestion about the Manalog Quadrich. Just kind of
Okay.
like that.
So my question to you, Artificer, is how would you go about making a rapid reload system for Catapult, basically?
Instead of reloading, I think that he would approach it. How can we fire like maybe 3 things at once, like adding like 2 other spoons to the side, so it's kind of like flying a fork instead of just one sort of deal.
So you want to make a modified mangonel that is essentially 3-in-1.
Yeah, 3-in-1. So it might like maybe they'll be smaller than the big main thing they throw in the catapult. Sort of
Got
deal.
it. So you want to essentially create a mangonel that requires it be like loaded and aimed. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Make me the check first before I get into any details, and we'll see where you get with it. Make me an intelligence-based. This is siege weaponry. This isn't even like what kind of what tools do you got? Tell me about your tools.
I've on me. I think I
What are
have
proficiencies? Your proficiencies.
I'm proficient with Smith's tools, Thieves tools, Tinker tools, Woodcarver tools, and on me right now I have Tinker tools and Smith's tools and Thieves tools.
I will say that you have enough tools that would be important to the creation of this that I will give you the proficiency bonus. So make me a proficient intelligence check, and we'll see how she goes.
All right. That is 17 plus 7 for a 24.
24, that's really good. So you sit down, you get to work. I'm going to say as far as the mechanics go of creating one of these, you succeed. But there is going to be, this is your first shot at it. There's a number of problems you need to account for. The first of which is that they're going to be fairly wide, right? Because you're basically like, it won't be as intense as like putting 3 mangonels next to each other. It's a little more compact than that, but it's still like a single bar with 3 mangonel arms on it. And essentially what that would do is like, yeah, if you loaded them, then you have like 3 shots ready to go on the first action, which is pretty cool. But there's a number of problems like, okay, well, after that, you're going to need 6 individuals to reload it. Sure, you can have it on the same track to have it aimed all at once. But even if you're aiming it all at once, you're really only aiming for one of those 3 because they can't bend and such. So you make progress and you figure out how to attach them all, but you have a number of problems, which is if you're aiming with this thing, you're only aiming one of the 3 actual mangonel arms. So you could make it, but essentially how it would work is like one of these shots rings true, the other 2 would have disadvantage. So it'd be like 1 fair shot, 2 disadvantage shots. It also takes 6 people to load. Like you could still aim it with 2 people, but it takes 6 people to load the mangonel shots. So that's what you come up with on your first day. Do you want to continue to work on this?
Yeah, I'll give it at least one more night. I want to figure out a way to tighten the accuracy of it, or actually no, I want not tighten the accuracy because it's okay if those are a disadvantage. I want to try and make it faster to reload. Is there a way maybe we can shorten the arms? Maybe make it so like the place you go to reload, it separates into 3. So it's like you can it's like you can fill it up and have like 3 more shots ready to go, sort of deal. You know what I mean? Kind of like candies in a tube. Those things.
Got it.
Like,
Okay, very interesting. So you want to like basically have like a tube of rocks attached to the arm, and then you can just kind of like pull it and it drops it right into the chute, kind of thing. That's your thing. Very cool. Make me a check. Yeah, see how that works out.
18 plus 7, 25.
25. Okay, so you do this, and okay, let me think here. So I will say you sort of like scrap the like 3-on-1 arm thing because you're like that would require a whole mechanism that sort of like slightly tilts each one. You have to. You're like it's possible, but it's much more involved. So you go to like basically like an ammunition storage thing, like the quadridge, and you see a way that it's feasible. And I will say that if you create this, it will only take 1 action to reload. So as you currently got it designed, it only takes 1 action to reload, and you do well enough here that you think you figure out a way to counterbalance the additional weight on the actual arm of the mangonel, so that you like make it stronger, but you also make the lift mechanism stronger to compensate. You think you've got it figured out mathematically. It's just a matter of applying it in practice. So you think you've built a sort of some kind of mechanism to create an arm, like a loading mechanism that sits right on the arm. So you're pretty sure you figured it out. It would require specialized ammunition that is like perfectly rounded so that it fits into the tube and it's not just like a regular stone being thrown in, but it could work. So you create that schematic. So you can write down somewhere like successful mangonel arm tube cartridge, we'll say. Something like that. Or clip, whatever you want to call it. So you've got that schematic down. For the sake of expediency, because this is very involved stuff, I'm going to say that this has taken you 4 days. You like made the first schematic, and you can keep that if you want, because you can expand on that later, right? We'll call it like the 3-armed mangonel schematic. So you've got that schematic, you got the schematic for the arm tube. What do you want to do with your last day?
I think with my last day, I am. Oh no! Wait, we need a cook. I promised Thorin he's never gonna have to cook again. So I think Ed is gonna wind down, go to like the local tavern, maybe find Celine, and he's just gonna be chilling. But he's gonna be like a light looking for a cook. He's gonna see the people around and be like, just like he's gonna buy some porridge or something, try it out, and be like, hey, you want a job?
All right, I will say, as you're like light looking, it's more of like a passive thing. What's your passive perception? Passive investigation, actually?
Passive investigation, 17.
The dice just weren't in your favor. You hang out, you have a good time, and just do some drinks and stuff, and you're like, oh, do you cook? You cook? And maybe you find a couple people, but nobody's willing to do like month-long voyages. And you enjoy your last night, but you don't find it without too much looking. But they're not too hard to find either. You can probably find one before you get out. Just not on today. So we will go to Hassan and Chaplain, get you guys done. Who has stuff they want to do? Or sorry, Hassan and Chaplain. That's right, I said it right. Okay, cool.
Yeah. I can go. I don't have anything super groundbreaking, but he would go to since we're on the Rock of Bral, he would go to the temple area. Maybe on the way there, disguise himself as like what he thinks a version of like a eye-catching female of some race looks like. Try to catch the eye of a wayward kind of scurvy looking man, and then like as soon as he passes, transform himself into something else so that when the guy looks back to see her again, like she's not there at all.
Okay, yeah, I think that's easily done. I'm not gonna make you really roll a check for that. That all works out just fine.
But then he would visit the the shrine for Garl Glittergold, and um basically just kind of like talk to the shrine itself, and talk about like I guess the most recent outing, which would be something like, yeah, so we lost our captain. That was bad. We liked Varsh, but he was never very happy. So maybe that's better now. I had a hard time cheering him up. But anyway, I did see a beholder. Have you ever seen one of those? Those things are amazing looking. They're sort of silly, to be honest with you. I'm surprised more of them don't follow you. And then just like that, he'll just like prattle on for a little while. And then eventually he'll make his way back to the someday the future comedy club, make his way inside, and kind of his version of like meditation slash spiritual practice is that he'll get up on what will eventually be the finished stage, do a little thaumaturgy and make his voice big like it's being amplified, and tell a joke. How many party members, whoops, how many party members does it take to change a light bulb? All of them. Never split the party. And then
Nice.
and then he'll go on, and kind of just wander around the place and clean up. He might look for some I think he needs some materials, like construction materials, to do some of the renovations. So he might look together a portion of that. He might go to the Edge to visit his favorite Thrycreen bartender.
Oh, yeah.
And he'll try to visit that bartender, as well as he has a made a purposeful effort one time to make an ally of a performer. It was a tabaxi named Wildstorm who plays the lute. So he'll try and seek out those two individuals, because he's starting now to put together plans for interviewing or hiring people to run the club when he's not going to be available once it gets up and running. So looking for kind of a club manager, and maybe some additional talent.
Okay. So I think what I will say, and as a reminder, I believe I did say, mistake me, or I mean, correct me if I'm mistaken. I believe I said it would be 1,000 gold pieces to get it running, right? To like get it up and running.
I like 1,000 in my notes. I
Oh, it
struggle
was
to be
more than
honest.
that.
I struggle to be honest about this. It's actually 2,500.
Right, it is 2,500. So yeah, 2,500 to get the club running. So here is what I will say, Chaplain. This
Yeah.
week you begin laying, on top of your usual sort of praying to Gnarl Glittergold, you start laying the groundwork to seeking out employment, getting the word out that a new place is opening up in the next couple months. People should get excited. And I won't get you anything now, but here's what I'll say. Your groundwork for now, I want you to make me a persuasion check. Because I'm going to give you a benefit if you roll well.
I believe that's a 10.
10. Okay. Let's see. You've already talked to the bard before. For 10. I don't think that's quite going to meet the DC I had in mind. I was going to give you advantage on recruiting skilled skilled workers to join your thing, but I'm going to say 10. I'll give you, here's what I'll do. I'll say, if you go to try and recruit people of like the lower echelon of society, like people who are a little downtrodden, maybe not like the best workers in the world, you'll have advantage in hiring particular individuals from there. And that might be good. Maybe you invest in someone who's like trying out their first gig. So kind of like newbies, skilled newbies who've never really worked before, you'll have advantage on trying to recruit individuals like that whenever you get your club running.
Actually, that's a good, yeah. That's a good idea, and maybe I will consider that for just for general jobs around the club. Maybe even some of the less skilled construction parts, carrying
Yeah.
materials or whatever. But I like the idea of Chaplin trying to bring someone joy through something like pride, right? Like
Yeah.
being able to work for a wage for a day or whatever. So yeah, it's a
There
good
you go.
idea.
Yeah. So mark that down somewhere in your sheet. You'll have advantage on hiring essentially low-class employees, is what we'll say.
Okay.
And last but not least, Basan, as I know we're running a little overtime, let's get you going. What is Basan's plan?
So I guess the first thing is, does she remember if she was thinking about Waterdeep? Does she remember how to get from anywhere in Waterdeep to where Savash is? I don't remember the name of the city.
No, you would have to inquire about that Mind Flayer cleric because
With
he
Sangapore.
essentially teleported you towards his base.
Because the last time
But you could, sorry.
last time we walked there.
He teleported you, and then you guys like walked through a series of systems and then got there. Where he is very far away from the surface of Waterdeep. I'll tell you what, if you want to roll me a history check to see if you know where exactly it is he brought you.
And ultimately, what I'm trying to figure out is whether or not I think I can get there, get 3 days of training in, and come back.
Okay.
Oh shit! And that 20. What am I rolling?
That's fine. Don't worry about that. You learn that he is in. Damn it! Took too fast. I was trying to find the districts. No. Sorry, having a little bit of a. Running a little slow. Oh, I believe it's called Undermountain. You learn about this place called Undermountain, which is you're like, oh, okay, that's where I was. I was in Undermountain. And essentially, what it is this city that is like maybe like a mile, like quite a ways underground, underneath Waterdeep. And the answer is like no. Like there's especially by yourself, it is a perilous journey down there if you're just like some random person who has no connections and doesn't know the secret ways here and there. It would be a very dangerous adventure to make your way down.
Well, I was hoping to train, but since I don't know how to do that without Sangalore, and I have to get to Waterdeep to do that.
Yeah.
You know what? Nah, just gonna probably hang out on the ship.
Okay. Hassan, you try and do something that you
do. She'll go buy some paper.
Sure.
Paper. And she's going to practice making paper cranes. Her mage hand.
All right.
Ionically.
It's 2 silver a sheet of paper. Let's call it a gold. You buy 5 sheets of paper. And make me a sleight of hand check. But use your intelligence rather than your dex because you are using your mage hand. Or you're using your telekinesis, I should say.
So I'm using my intelligence to make a sleight of hand check.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not proficient anyway, so it doesn't matter.
You're an intelligence caster, right? As a Sarai? Or are you wisdom? Oh, yeah, you're intelligence. Okay, yeah.
I am absolutely intelligence-based.
Okay, so what would you roll with the intelligence?
So it's a 14 plus my intelligence would be +2.
+2, so 16. By the end of the, it's like, because it's hard to do. But by the end of the week, by the end of the 5 days, you're able to, not perfectly, but certainly, like it's not like and it's done, but you are able to do it where it sort of like floats in the air and you fold it over and you eventually learn to like, and it's honestly probably good training for Basan, who's probably a very like anxious and I've got to do something. I've got to go fight. I've got to like he's got this like work brain, and never really fit in with the Githzerai because they are able to sit and pause. And it teaches you to be patient and to not try and rip the fucking paper apart to try and make it work. You learn to meditatively, calmly fold one, the next, the next, the next. And you learn something about patience. And in the end, you were able to, with your telekinesis forward, make origami cranes. Very cool. Very cool. I am going to I'll give you inspiration for that, Basan, because I feel like that very much fits your Githzerai training. It's a very sort of fitting task that you have committed yourself to. And with that, we will close the session. Sorry for running a little overtime, folks. But next week, we will proceed with our plague doctor quest kind of thing that we're doing. Save the whales. Very cool.
Well,
Good job, Apoxy. You're now